Welcome to Midnight Whispers, where darkness gives voice to your deepest fears. Get comfortable, dim the lights, and prepare to journey with me into the shadows. Before we begin, I'd love to know where you're listening from and what time it is in your corner of the world. Share it with us in the comments below. And if you haven't already, like and subscribe to join our community of nighttime listeners. Now, take a deep breath as tonight's tale begins to unfold. Story 1. The Hidden Tenants. The old Victorian house stood on a slight rise overlooking the town, its silhouette stark against the late afternoon sky. It was a house that whispered stories, even from a distance, its aged clapboard siding and steeply pitched roof hinting at generations of lives lived within its walls. Ivy, thick and tenacious, climbed its weathered facade, softening the lines of time and adding a touch of romantic decay. For months, I had been diligently searching for a new home, scrolling through endless online listings, attending open houses that invariably proved to be either overpriced fixer-uppers or characterless modern boxes. My budget was modest, to put it kindly, and the pickings were slim. Discouragement was beginning to set in, the dream of owning my own place feeling increasingly like a distant fantasy. Then this house appeared online, seemingly out of nowhere. The listing was almost too good to be true. A historic Victorian, spacious, with original features intact, nestled in a desirable, quiet neighborhood, and priced well below anything else even remotely comparable. Skepticism warred with a desperate flicker of hope. There had to be a catch, of course. There always was. Still, the pictures were undeniably appealing. High ceilings, intricate woodwork, leaded glass windows catching the sunlight in jewel-toned patterns, and a wide, wraparound porch that seemed to beckon with promises of lazy summer evenings. I contacted the real estate agent, a woman named Mrs. Albright, whose voice on the phone was as warm and reassuring as a cup of chamomile tea. She arranged a viewing for the following day. Driving up to the house, I felt a strange sense of anticipation, a tingling blend of excitement and apprehension. It looked even more impressive in person than in the photographs. The years had weathered its paint and softened its edges, but it retained an undeniable grandeur, a silent dignity that spoke of a bygone era. Mrs. Albright was waiting for me on the porch, a petite woman with a kind smile and eyes that crinkled at the corners. She greeted me warmly, handing me a faded brochure, its pages filled with historical details about the house and the town. As we stepped inside, the air shifted, becoming noticeably cooler, imbued with a faint, almost imperceptible scent of dust and old wood, the unmistakable aroma of history. The interior was even more captivating than the exterior had suggested. Sunlight streamed through the leaded glass windows, casting dappled patterns on the wide plank floors. The rooms were generously proportioned, with high ceilings adorned with ornate plasterwork and original chandeliers that hung like frozen jewels. There were fireplaces in almost every room, their mantels carved with intricate designs. The house had clearly been lovingly maintained, its age showing not as neglect, but as character, as a testament to enduring craftsmanship. We wandered through the living room, the dining room, the library with its built-in bookshelves reaching to the ceiling, each room more charming than the last. Upstairs, the bedrooms were spacious and airy, with large windows overlooking the sprawling garden. The master suite even had a small, adjoining sitting room and a claw-footed bathtub in the ensuite bathroom that looked like it belonged in a museum. It was, in short, perfect, unbelievably perfect, and the price, it still seemed impossibly low. As we walked back downstairs, a question I could no longer suppress bubbled to the surface. Mrs. Albright, I began hesitantly, "This is incredible. It's exactly what I've been searching for. But the price, it's significantly lower than anything else comparable in the area. Is there something wrong with the house? Hidden structural issues? Foundation problems?" Mrs. Albright smiled knowingly, a gentle, almost secretive smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Oh, no, dear," she said, her voice soft and reassuring. The house is structurally sound. Solid as a rock, they built them to last in those days. And there are no problems as such. She paused, choosing her words carefully. It's just an old house with traditions. She emphasized the word traditions with a slight, almost imperceptible inflection that made the hairs on the back of my neck prickle ever so slightly. Traditions, I repeated, my brow furrowing. What kind of traditions? I couldn't quite decipher her meaning. Was she referring to some local custom associated with historic homes? Perhaps some quirky neighborhood event? Or was it something more specific to this house? Mrs. Albright shrugged, her smile widening, becoming just a touch too bright, too practiced. Oh, you know, she said vaguely, waving a dismissive hand. Old houses, they all have their little ways. It's just about honoring the house, respecting its history. Nothing to be concerned about, dear. Just local folklore, really. Superstitious nonsense, if you ask me. She chuckled lightly, the sound a little too forced, a little too brittle. I pressed her gently, my curiosity piqued, a nascent unease beginning to stir within me. But what kind of folklore? What kind of traditions? I wanted specifics, something tangible to grasp onto, to understand the undercurrent of something that I was sensing beneath her cheerful facade. She hesitated for a moment, her gaze flickering around the hallway, as if checking to make sure no one else was listening. Then, she leaned in slightly, lowering her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Well, she said, her eyes widening just a fraction. Some of the locals say, well, they say this house, it's always had tenants. Little tenants, they call them. Spirits, you know. Guardian spirits watching over the house. She said it with a wink and another brittle chuckle, clearly intending it as a joke, as a way to dismiss the superstitious nonsense she had mentioned earlier. But her words, combined with her earlier evasiveness, and that strange emphasis on traditions, hung in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. Guardian spirits, little tenants, archaic, whimsical phrases that conjured up images of folklore and fairy tales. And yet, in the context of this old, silent house, they felt unsettling, disturbing. I forced a laugh, trying to match her dismissive tone, to dispel the sudden chill that had settled over me, despite the warmth of the afternoon sun streaming through the windows. Guardian spirits? I echoed, managing a slightly shaky smile. Right? Well, I'm sure I can handle a few spiritual tenants, as long as they don't mind me redecorating. Mrs. Albright laughed again, a little more genuinely this time, relieved, I suspected, that I was playing along, dismissing her cryptic comments as the nonsense she claimed them to be. Oh, I'm sure they'll be delighted with any improvements, dear, she said, patting my arm reassuringly. Just remember to honor the house's traditions, that's all. And you'll be perfectly happy here. The viewing continued, Mrs. Albright expertly highlighting the house's many charms, glossing over any further mention of traditions or tenants. I tried to focus on the beautiful details, the intricate woodwork, the spacious rooms, the undeniable appeal of the place. But the seed of unease had been planted, the cryptic comments about guardian spirits and honoring traditions echoing in the back of my mind. A persistent whisper that refused to be entirely ignored. As we stepped back out onto the porch, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows across the lawn, I made a decision. Despite the nagging unease, despite the unsettling folklore, despite the suspiciously low price, I was going to make an offer. The house was too perfect to pass up. And surely guardian spirits and local superstitions were just that, superstitions. Harmless nonsense. There was no such thing as little tenants living within the walls of an old house. Was there? Of course not, I told myself firmly, banishing the fanciful notion of spiritual tenants. It was a charming old house, wonderfully affordable, and it was going to be mine. I put in an offer that evening, and to my surprise, it was accepted almost immediately with barely a counteroffer. The speed of the transaction only amplified the slight sense of disbelief, the feeling that I had somehow stumbled into a dream. Within a few weeks, the paperwork was finalized, the keys were in my hand, and I was officially the owner of the Victorian house on the hill. Moving in was a whirlwind of activity. Boxes unpacked, furniture arranged, the house slowly but surely transforming from an empty shell into a home. The initial days were filled with the mundane tasks of settling in, setting up utilities, stocking the pantry, and familiarizing myself with the quirks of an older house. It was during this initial period of exploration, as I began to truly inhabit the space, that I started to notice anomalies. Subtle details that had been overlooked during the initial viewing, peculiarities that began to pique my curiosity. It started in the library, a room I was particularly drawn to with its floor-to-ceiling bookshelves and cozy fireplace. While arranging my books, I noticed a small, almost imperceptible door set low in the wall, near the baseboards, tucked away behind a section of shelving. Initially, I dismissed it as a quirky architectural detail, perhaps an old access panel for plumbing or wiring. But as I examined it more closely, curiosity began to outweigh practicality. The door was tiny, no more than 8 inches tall and perhaps 6 inches wide, rectangular in shape and made of dark, richly stained wood that matched the surrounding wainscoting. It was intricately detailed, with tiny, almost miniature hinges and a delicate, brass knob that seemed disproportionately ornate for such a small feature. Intrigued, I knelt down for a closer look, running my fingers over the smooth, polished surface of the wood. The craftsmanship was exquisite, far exceeding the functional simplicity of a mere access panel. It looked deliberate, decorative even, but undeniably completely sealed shut. There was no keyhole, no visible latch, just the tiny, immovable knob and the tightly fitted door frame. I tried to turn the knob gently, but it wouldn't budge. I pressed against the door, testing for any give, any hidden release mechanism, but it remained firmly, stubbornly closed. Frustration mixed with a growing fascination. What was the purpose of such a tiny, intricately crafted, yet completely inaccessible door? It seemed utterly impractical as a functional feature, and yet the level of detail suggested it was more than just a whimsical design choice. Over the next few days, my curiosity grew into a mild obsession. I started systematically exploring the house, room by room, wall by wall, my eyes scanning the baseboards and wainscoting, searching for more of these miniature doors. And to my surprise, I found them. Not just one, but several scattered throughout the house, in almost every room. In the living room, tucked beneath a window seat. In the dining room, concealed behind a section of wallpaper that had slightly peeled away at the corner. In the upstairs hallway, almost invisible against the dark wood paneling. Each door was unique in its placement, but uniformly consistent in its size, construction, and impenetrable seal. Each one a tiny, mysterious portal leading nowhere, as far as I could tell. The discovery amplified the initial unease I had felt after Mrs. Albright's cryptic comments, transforming it into something more substantial, something that felt increasingly like intrigue, laced with a faint undercurrent of apprehension. What were these tiny doors? Why were they there? And what, if anything, lay behind them? The guardian spirits and little tenets of local folklore resurfaced in my mind, no longer quite so easily dismissed as superstitious nonsense. Could there be some connection? Was this some bizarre architectural quirk specific to houses built in this era, a forgotten fashion trend for miniature, inaccessible doors? Or was there something more esoteric at play? It was a few nights later, as I lay in bed, the house settling into the quiet stillness of late night, that I heard it for the first time. A faint, almost imperceptible scratching sound, emanating from within the walls. Initially, I dismissed it as the house settling further, the creaks and groans of old timbers adjusting to the temperature change as the night air cooled. Old houses were noisy, I knew that. They had their own language of sighs and whispers, the subtle symphony of age and time. But this was different. This wasn't a creak or a groan. It was a distinct, rhythmic scratching, a soft, almost furtive sound, like tiny claws gently scraping against wood. I held my breath, listening intently, straining to pinpoint the source of the sound. It seemed to be coming from the wall behind my bed, the wall that backed onto the hallway. Scratch, 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 a delicate, insistent rhythm just on the edge of audibility. I sat up in bed, my heart beginning to tap a slightly faster rhythm against my ribs. Was it mice? That was the most logical explanation, of course. Old houses were prone to rodents, to hidden infestations scurrying within the walls. But this didn't sound like mice. It lacked the frantic, scurrying energy, the telltale scampering and squeaking. This was slower, more deliberate, almost measured, and softer, much softer than mice typically were within walls. I turned off the bedside lamp, plunging the room into near darkness, hoping to sharpen my hearing, to isolate the sound. The scratching continued, persistent and rhythmic, a delicate whisper within the silence. And then I heard something else, something even fainter, almost subliminal, a sound that was barely there, yet undeniably present. A whisper, not a human whisper, not distinctly, but something like whispering. A soft, sibilant murmur, indistinct and unintelligible, yet undeniably vocal. It was as if the scratching wasn't just scratching. It was accompanied by voices, tiny voices, whispering from within the walls. A wave of goosebumps prickled across my skin, a sudden chill that had nothing to do with the temperature of the room. Mice didn't whisper. Rodents didn't engage in hushed conversations within the walls. But what else could it be? My mind raced, desperately searching for a rational explanation, clinging to logic in the face of mounting unease. Drafts whistling through cracks in the walls? The wind playing tricks with the old house's timbers? My own imagination, fueled by Mrs. Albright's cryptic comments and an overactive sense of curiosity? Perhaps it was all just coincidence, a series of random sounds and misinterpreted clues, amplified by my own suggestibility. But as I lay there in the darkness, listening to the soft scratching and the almost subliminal whispers emanating from the wall beside my bed, a growing certainty began to take root. It wasn't mice, it wasn't drafts, and it certainly wasn't my imagination. Something was in the walls, something small, something hidden, something listening. And as I drifted fitfully to sleep, the last thought that flickered through my mind, a chilling echo of Mrs. Albright's words, was little tenants. The phrase little tenants, once dismissed as a quaint bit of local color, now clung to my thoughts with an unsettling tenacity. Sleep that night was restless, punctuated by fragmented dreams filled with whispering walls and tiny, unseen eyes peering from the shadows. The scratching sounds, though faint, had been undeniably real, and the almost subliminal murmurs, however indistinct, had carried a chillingly vocal quality. Logic insisted on mice, on drafts, on the vagaries of an old house settling on its foundations. But a growing, irrational part of me, fueled by Mrs. Albright's evasiveness and the house's peculiar features, was starting to entertain a more fantastical explanation. Guardian spirits, little tenants, the folklore once easily dismissed as superstitious nonsense, was beginning to feel less like a quaint local legend and more like a disquieting possibility. Driven by a need to understand, to either debunk or, more unsettlingly, to validate the growing sense of unease, I decided to delve into the history of the house. Rationality dictated a practical approach, architectural records, town archives, anything that could shed light on the house's origins and explain the bizarrely small doors and the unsettling nocturnal sounds. Mrs. Albright had mentioned local folklore, which suggested the answers, if any, might lie within the town itself, within its collective memory and historical records. The next morning, I resolved to visit the local historical society. It was a small town, quaint and steeped in history, and I reasoned that a historical society would be the most logical place to begin my research, to sift through local archives and uncover the truth behind the house's unusual traditions. The historical society was housed in a charmingly preserved clapboard building in the center of town, its facade adorned with faded photographs and antique signage. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of aging paper and polished wood, a comforting, nostalgic aroma that spoke of generations past. A kindly, elderly woman with silver hair, neatly pinned back and spectacles perched on her nose sat behind a large wooden desk, surrounded by stacks of books and overflowing file folders. She greeted me with a warm smile and an offer of assistance. I explained my interest in the history of my new house, providing the address and mentioning my curiosity about some unusual architectural features and local folklore. She listened patiently, her eyes twinkling with interest behind her spectacles, a hint of knowing amusement playing around her lips. "Ah, the old Hawthorne house," she said, nodding slowly, her voice gentle and slightly raspy with age. "Yes, that house has quite a history, you could say." The way she said history carried a weight, an implication that went beyond mere factual details, hinting at something more colorful, more layered, perhaps even a little disquieting. She led me through the hushed rooms of the Historical Society, past display cases filled with antique artifacts and walls lined with framed photographs of the town's past. We settled in a small reading room, surrounded by towering shelves crammed with local history books and bound volumes of old newspapers. She pulled down several heavy tomes, their pages yellowed with age and filled with dense columns of text. "Hawthorne House," she murmured, running a slender finger down the index of one of the books. "Let's see. Ah, here we are." She opened the book to a marked page, revealing a section dedicated to the early settlers of the town and the various religious groups that had sprung up in the area during the 19th century. Her finger landed on a paragraph detailing a splinter group known as the Silent Brotherhood, a reclusive and somewhat enigmatic sect that had established a small, short-lived community on the outskirts of town. "The Silent Brotherhood," she explained, her voice lowered to a near whisper, as if sharing a closely guarded secret. They were different, very devout, very unconventional in their beliefs. She pointed to the paragraph in the book. They believed in nature spirits mostly, and in what they called the little guardians, entities they believed that inhabited the natural world, and also apparently the walls of their homes. My breath hitched involuntarily. Little guardians. The phrase echoed Mrs. Albright's little tenants with chilling precision. It was more than just coincidence. It was a direct, undeniable link to the folklore, to the unsettling hints, to the tiny doors and the whispering walls. The Historical Society librarian continued, her voice taking on a hushed, almost reverent tone. They believed these little guardians were protectors of sorts. They watched over the homes, ensured the well-being of the inhabitants, provided they were properly honored. She paused again, emphasizing the word honored, with the same subtle inflection that Mrs. Albright had used when speaking of traditions. They believed in leaving offerings, she continued, small tokens of respect, you might say, milk and honey mostly, left within the walls in specially prepared spaces. She glanced at me knowingly, her eyes twinkling again behind her spectacles. Tiny doors, perhaps? My blood ran cold. Milk and honey, offerings, specially prepared spaces, tiny doors. It was all coming together, the pieces of the puzzle clicking into place with disturbing, undeniable clarity. The Silent Brotherhood, the little guardians, the offerings, the tiny doors. It wasn't just folklore. It was a belief system, a set of practices, directly linked to the house, to its history, to the unsettling phenomena I had begun to experience. The scratching, the whispers, the tiny doors, they weren't random anomalies. They were intentional, purposeful, connected to these little guardians, these entities that the Silent Brotherhood believed lived within the walls. The librarian pointed to another passage in the book, detailing the practices of the Silent Brotherhood in more specific terms. They believed the guardians judged the inhabitants of the house, she read aloud, her voice soft but clear, based on their moral character, their adherence to a virtuous living, and, of course, on the regularity of their offerings. She looked up from the book, her gaze meeting mine directly, her expression now more serious, the amusement in her eyes replaced by a hint of something akin to concern. If the offerings were neglected, she continued, her voice dropping even further, or if the inhabitants were deemed to be undeserving of the guardian's protection, well, she trailed off, leaving the sentence unfinished, the implication hanging heavy in the air. Well, it was said, the guardians could become unhappy, and unhappy guardians were not to be trifled with. A shiver ran down my spine, despite the warm air of the Historical Society reading room. Unhappy guardians. The phrase conjured images of malevolent spirits, vengeful entities, lurking within the walls, judging my worthiness, assessing my virtue. It was absurd, of course. Medieval superstition, religious fanaticism, folklore, and fairy tales. And yet, the scratching, the whispers, the tiny doors, Mrs. Albright's cryptic warnings, the librarian's hushed tones, the weight of historical documentation. It was all beginning to weave a tapestry of unease, a sense of creeping dread that was becoming increasingly difficult to ignore. Superstitious nonsense, Mrs. Albright had called it. But as I sat there in the Historical Society, surrounded by the hushed whispers of history, the nonsense was starting to feel disturbingly real. And the thought of unhappy guardians residing within the walls of my new house was no longer just quaint folklore. It was becoming something far more chilling. Unhappy guardians, the librarian's hushed warning echoed in my mind long after I left the Historical Society, the phrase clinging to me like a damp chill. The afternoon sunlight seemed to lose its warmth, the charming streets of the town suddenly imbued with a slightly sinister air. The research had been illuminating, undeniably so, but the illumination had cast a long, unsettling shadow. The folklore wasn't just folklore. It was rooted in a historical belief system, a practice, a tangible tradition associated directly with my house. The Silent Brotherhood, their little guardians, the offerings, the tiny doors. It was all interconnected, a web of unsettling details that painted a picture far more complex and potentially far more disturbing than I could have initially imagined. Back at the house, the silence felt different now, heavier, more pregnant with unseen presence. Every creak of the floorboards, every sigh of the wind against the aged window panes, seemed to carry a new significance, a potential whisper of something else. The tiny doors, once objects of mere curiosity, now seemed to possess a more ominous quality, their sealed surfaces hinting at unseen realms, at hidden pathways for entities I was only just beginning to comprehend. That night, as darkness enveloped the house, the scratching sounds returned, but they were no longer quite so faint, quite so easily dismissible. They were clearer, more insistent, a rhythmic tapping and scraping that seemed to emanate from multiple points within the walls, surrounding me in a subtle, almost insidious chorus. And then the whispers began in earnest. No longer just subliminal murmurs on the edge of hearing, they solidified, became more distinct, more articulate. They were still soft, hushed, as if spoken from a great distance, or through a thick, muffling barrier. But they were undeniably words now, recognizable as language, though a language not quite familiar, not quite modern. It was English or something akin to it, but archaic, formal, infused with a cadence and vocabulary that felt strangely old. I strained to decipher the fragmented phrases, the whispered snippets that drifted from the walls, my mind struggling to translate the antiquated speech, to grasp the meaning behind the hushed pronouncements. "Observe the newcomer?" One whisper seemed to murmur, the words sibilant and drawn out, the S sounds lingering like the rustle of dry leaves. "Her habits are curious." Another voice, slightly higher pitched, yet equally faint, responded, "Indeed, the dwelling is altered by her presence." Altered? My presence? They were talking about me. The little guardians, if that's what they truly were observing me, discussing me, from within the walls of my own house. The realization sent a fresh wave of unease washing over me, a feeling of being watched, scrutinized, judged by unseen entities whose very existence defied rational explanation. The whispers continued, drifting in and out of audibility, fragmented and disjointed, yet undeniably focused on my daily life, my mundane activities within the house. I would hear snippets of commentary on my meals, she partakes sparingly, or on my reading habits, the volumes she favors are frivolous, or even on my housekeeping, the dust motes accumulate in corners unseemly. It was as if they were constantly observing, constantly judging. Their antiquated pronouncements a running commentary on my every action, my every habit within the confines of the Hawthorne house. The effect was unnerving, deeply unsettling. transforming the house from a sanctuary into a panopticon, where unseen eyes and whispering voices monitored my every move. The librarian's words about offerings resurfaced in my thoughts. The milk and honey, the tokens of respect demanded by the little guardians. Was that the key? Was that the way to appease these unseen entities? To silence the whispers and regain some semblance of peace within my own home? Rationality rebelled against the idea. Leaving out saucers of milk and honey for wall spirits? It sounded ludicrous, absurd, a capitulation to ancient superstitions that had no place in the modern world. And yet, the historical documentation, the librarian's earnest warnings, the escalating scratching and whispering, the undeniable feeling of being watched, a tiny seed of doubt began to sprout in the fertile ground of my unease. What if, just what if, there was something to it? What harm could it do, really, to humor the house's traditions, to appease the potential unhappy guardians? Initially, I resisted the impulse, clinging to my rational skepticism, dismissing the idea of offerings as utter nonsense. But the whispers persisted, growing slightly louder, more insistent, their archaic pronouncements becoming increasingly critical. The offerings are absent, one whisper declared, the tone laced with a subtle, chilling disapproval. Neglect breeds displeasure? Another voice chimed in, equally faint, equally disapproving. The house is unhonored. The subtle criticism, the implied displeasure, began to wear on me, amplifying the already pervasive sense of unease. And then the small items started to disappear. It began subtly, almost imperceptibly, with things I could easily misplace or simply forget. A pen, left on my desk, vanished. A set of keys, placed on the kitchen counter, disappeared without a trace. I initially attributed it to my own absent-mindedness, the typical forgetfulness of someone adjusting to a new environment, a new routine. But the disappearances became more frequent, more targeted. Small, everyday objects vanishing from their designated places, only to reappear elsewhere, or not reappear at all. A favorite mug, used for my morning coffee, vanished from the kitchen cabinet. A small, decorative stone, picked up on a walk, disappeared from my bedside table. A book, left open on the coffee table, vanished from the living room entirely. The missing items were always small, inconsequential in themselves, but their cumulative disappearance began to feel deliberate, purposeful, almost pointed. It wasn't random misplacement. It felt like something was taking them, removing them from my possession, making a statement, sending a message. And then, one morning, in place of the missing book on the coffee table, I found something else. Something small, something wooden, something carved. It was a tiny wooden carving, no larger than my thumb, intricately detailed, depicting a stylized eye, wide open, unblinking, staring directly upwards. It was crudely crafted, almost primitive in its execution, but undeniably intentional, and undeniably unsettling. It rested on the coffee table, in the exact spot where the book had been, a silent, wooden sentinel watching, judging, replacing the missing object with its own cryptic presence. The message, whatever it was becoming increasingly clear. The whispers, the missing items, the appearance of the carved eye. It wasn't coincidence. It wasn't my imagination running wild. Something was happening in the house, something connected to the little guardians, something that seemed to be responding to my presence, to my actions, to my lack of offerings. The rational part of my mind still struggled to accept the unbelievable reality unfolding around me. But the growing weight of evidence, the chilling consistency of the phenomena, the undeniable feeling of unseen observation, was beginning to erode my skepticism, to chip away at my disbelief. And as I stared at the tiny, carved eye, its wooden gaze fixed accusingly upwards, I couldn't shake the increasingly insistent feeling that I was no longer alone in the Hawthorne house, that the little tenants, the guardian spirits, were not just folklore, not just superstition, but something real, something present, something waiting. The carved wooden eye stared up at me from the coffee table, its unblinking gaze a silent accusation. It was more than just a missing book. more than just a misplaced mug. This was deliberate, intentional, a tangible message left in its wake. The little guardians, or whatever they were communicating, and their communication was no longer just subtle whispers and unsettling disappearances. It was becoming direct, pointed, and increasingly menacing. Rationality still clung to the edges of my mind, whispering about elaborate pranks, about sleepwalking and misplaced objects, about overactive imaginations fueled by local folklore. But the carved eye, so deliberately placed, so undeniably there, felt like a tangible refutation of all those logical explanations. Driven by a mixture of fear and a desperate need to regain some semblance of control, I decided to take a more proactive approach. If the tiny doors were somehow connected to these unseen entities, if they served as some kind of conduit for their presence within the walls, then perhaps sealing them off would offer some measure of protection, some barrier against the escalating phenomena. It was a long shot, I knew, a purely symbolic gesture against something I didn't even fully understand. But inaction felt unbearable, and the idea of physically closing off these mysterious portals, of creating a tangible boundary between myself and whatever lurked within the walls, offered a fragile sense of hope. I spent the afternoon carefully sealing each of the tiny doors I had discovered throughout the house. I used wood filler, painstakingly applying it to the door frames, smoothing it carefully with a putty knife, effectively cementing the miniature doors shut, rendering their tiny knobs and hinges purely decorative, definitively inaccessible. It was a meticulous, time-consuming task, requiring me to crawl on my hands and knees, to contort myself into awkward positions to reach the low-set doors hidden in corners and behind furniture. But with each door sealed, a small measure of tension seemed to dissipate. A fragile sense of accomplishment, however irrational, began to settle over me. By late afternoon, all the tiny doors were sealed, their outlines still visible, but their function, whatever it might have been, effectively neutralized. That night, the house felt different, quieter, somehow less expectant. The scratching sounds were absent, or perhaps so faint as to be imperceptible against the normal creaks and groans of the old house settling into the evening chill. The whispers, too, seemed to have subsided, the usual hushed murmurs from within the walls replaced by a profound, almost unnerving silence. A fragile sense of relief began to bloom within me. Perhaps, just perhaps, the sealing of the doors had worked. Perhaps it had disrupted whatever connection these little guardians had to the house. Perhaps it had appeased their displeasure, or at least, effectively silenced their unsettling presence. I allowed myself to hope, to believe, however tentatively, that the escalating phenomena had been contained, that the nightmare might finally be receding. Sleep that night was deeper, more restful than it had been in days, the silence of the house a welcome balm after the escalating unease of recent nights. But the fragile sense of relief was shattered the following morning. I awoke to a house that felt wrong. The silence was still there, but it was no longer a comforting absence of noise. It was a heavy, oppressive stillness, imbued with a sense of anticipation, like the silence before a storm. As I made my way downstairs, the first anomaly struck me immediately. The living room, which I had left tidy the night before, was subtly rearranged. Not dramatically, not overtly vandalized, but subtly, disturbingly altered. A chair, previously neatly aligned with the sofa, was now angled slightly away, as if turned to face a different part of the room. A small rug, centered beneath the coffee table, was now slightly askew, its corner turned up at an unnatural angle. And then I saw the doors. The tiny doors, which I had so painstakingly sealed shut the day before, were open. Not all of them, not dramatically flung wide, but subtly, deliberately reopened. The wood filler, which had been firmly set the previous evening, had been carefully, meticulously removed from the door frames, leaving the tiny doors slightly ajar, each one open just a fraction, as if peeking out, watching, observing. It was as if someone or something had patiently, painstakingly worked through the night, undoing my efforts, reclaiming their access points, reasserting their presence within the walls. And in front of each reopened door, placed precisely on the floorboards, was another small wooden carving. But these weren't eyes this time. These were warnings, tiny wooden plaques, no larger than postage stamps, each one intricately carved with a different archaic phrase, each one rendered in the same crude, almost primitive style as the carved eye from the previous day. I knelt down, my heart pounding against my ribs, examining the tiny wooden warnings, my mind struggling to decipher the antiquated English phrases etched into their surfaces. House, unsealed, red one, the words crudely carved, yet undeniably legible. Offerings, denied, declared another, its wooden surface rough and uneven. And the most chilling of all, placed before the tiny door in my bedroom wall, directly facing my bed, presence unwelcomed. The warnings were undeniable, unambiguous, chillingly direct. My attempt to seal the doors had not only failed, it had been actively, deliberately thwarted. And in its place, these carved wooden pronouncements had appeared, escalating the communication, amplifying the threat, confirming beyond any shadow of a doubt that something was within the walls, something sentient, something displeased. The whispers, the disappearances, the carved these had been subtle hints, gentle nudges. The reopened doors and the carved warnings were no longer subtle. They were a direct confrontation, a clear declaration of hostility. And then I found the coffin. It was in the library, on the shelf where the missing book had been, nestled amongst the remaining volumes, almost hidden from casual observation. It was small, meticulously crafted, a miniature coffin made of dark, polished wood, no longer than my hand, its lid intricately carved with tiny, almost gothic details. It looked like a dollhouse prop, a macabre miniature, and yet, in the context of the escalating phenomena, it felt anything but whimsical, felt ominous, terrifyingly so. Hesitantly, my hand trembling, I reached out and lifted the tiny coffin from the bookshelf. It was surprisingly heavy for its size. The dark would cool and smooth beneath my fingertips. My breath caught in my throat as I slowly, deliberately, lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of crimson velvet, lay a doll, a miniature figure crudely fashioned from some kind of pale, waxy material, dressed in miniature clothes that vaguely resembled my own style of dress. But it was the face of the doll that made my blood run cold, that sent a wave of absolute, paralyzing terror crashing over me. The doll's face was me, or rather a grotesque, distorted caricature of my face, rendered in the same crude, primitive style as the wooden carvings, the features vaguely recognizable, yet subtly wrong. The eyes were wide, staring, lifeless beads that seemed to bore into my soul. The mouth was a thin, downturned slash, pulled into a grotesque parody of a frown. And the skin, the waxy material of the doll's face, was pale, deathly pale. The miniature coffin, the doll with my face, it wasn't just a warning anymore. It was a threat, direct, personal, terrifyingly real. The little guardians weren't just displeased. They were angry, and the message, chillingly, undeniably clear, was that I, the unwelcomed presence, the house's unhonored inhabitant of a shattered memory struggling to be reassembled. 1970, that was decades ago. Decades. You don't remember me? The voice whispered then, the statement tinged with a profound sadness, a heartbreaking sense of abandonment. But I know you. I know your name. I know about the treehouse in your backyard, the one your grandfather built. My breath caught in my throat. The treehouse in my childhood backyard, the one my grandfather, long gone now, had built for me when I was a little kid. No one knew about that treehouse anymore. Not really. My grandfather was gone, my childhood home was sold years ago, the tree itself probably was long since cut down or fallen to time. It was a memory, a faint, personal echo from a life lived long ago. How could a voice in the static, a voice claiming to be trapped since the 1970s, possibly know about my childhood treehouse? It was impossible, and yet the voice did. It knew, and in that moment, the last vestiges of my skepticism began to crumble, replaced by a growing sense of awe and fear, and a strange, unsettling empathy for the lost, disembodied voice whispering my name from within the static. Something profoundly strange was happening in Uncle Edgar's attic, something that defied logic and reason, something that was both terrifying and undeniably compelling. Something profoundly strange was happening in Uncle Edgar's attic, something that defied logic and reason, something that was both terrifying and undeniably compelling. The mention of the treehouse, a memory so deeply personal and seemingly inaccessible, had shattered the last vestiges of my rational defenses. It wasn't a trick, it wasn't a hallucination. Something was communicating with me through the radio, something that knew things it shouldn't, things that were intimately tied to my past, things that made the impossible feel terrifyingly real. The vulnerability in the child's voice, the aching sadness of being forgotten, resonated within me with an unexpected force. Logic be damned, skepticism be silenced. In that dusty, twilight realm of the attic, surrounded by the ghosts of Uncle Edgar's eccentricities, I was confronted with something that demanded belief, not through reason, but through a deeper, more primal form of knowing. Yes, I whispered into the microphone, my voice barely audible above the static. Yes, I remember the treehouse. How do you know about that? The static crackled and swirled, momentarily obscuring the voice. Then it returned, a little stronger, a little clearer, as if my acknowledgement had somehow strengthened the connection. Long ago, the voice whispered, the words stretched and distorted, but carrying a palpable weight of time and sorrow. I watched you playing there, from far away, between the air and the sounds. It was fragmented, dreamlike, the language of a consciousness struggling to articulate itself through the limitations of the static, through the boundaries of whatever realm it inhabited. Who are you? I asked, my voice gaining a little more strength now, the initial shock beginning to give way to a hesitant curiosity, a tentative desire to understand. What is your name? Silence. A longer silence this time, filled only with the relentless hiss of the static and the low, insistent hum of the radio console. I held my breath, waiting, my heart pounding in my chest, unsure if the voice would return, unsure if I even wanted it to. And then, just when I was about to give up hope, just when I was starting to convince myself that it had all been a fleeting auditory phantom, the static shifted again, and the voice whispered a single word barely audible but laden with an unbearable weight of loss. Ethan. Ethan. The name resonated with a strange, unfamiliar familiarity. It wasn't a name from my own life, not anyone I knew or could remember knowing. But there was something about the way the voice spoke it, something in the tone, in the lingering echo of sorrow, that made it feel significant. Ethan, I repeated into the microphone, testing the sound of it, letting it resonate in the dusty silence of the attic. Is that your name? Yes? The voice whispered, the affirmation barely more than a breath, swallowed by the static, but undeniably there. Ethan, I'm lost. Lost where, Ethan? I asked, my voice softening now, the fear beginning to be tempered by a growing sense of compassion. Lost, trapped, between frequencies, accident in the 70s. It was a fragmented, nonsensical narrative, yet the emotional core of it, the desperate plea for help, the aching sense of loss, felt undeniably real. Can I help you, Ethan? I asked then, the words offered tentatively, a hesitant promise reaching out into the electronic void. Is there anything I can do? The static swirled, intensified, then slowly subsided, leaving a clearer, stronger signal than before. The voice of Ethan, lost in time and static, spoke with a newfound urgency, a spark of hope igniting in the darkness of his digital prison. Yes, he whispered. Yes, there is. You can free me. Free him? From what? From where? The questions tumbled through my mind, a chaotic jumble of confusion and apprehension. But the desperate plea in Ethan's voice, the undeniable reality of his presence in the static, overrode my logical objections, pushing me towards a path I couldn't yet see, towards a promise I couldn't yet fully understand. How, Ethan? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, completely captivated now, drawn into the impossible mystery unfolding in Uncle Edgar's dusty attic. How can I free you? Objects The voice whispered, the words stretched and distorted by the static, but the meaning clear. From around the house, Uncle's things. Find them, destroy them, between frequencies. They hold me. Objects? Uncle Edgar's things? Scattered around this rambling, cluttered property? It sounded like a scavenger hunt orchestrated by a ghost. A bizarre quest guided by a voice from the static. A descent into the forgotten corners of my uncle's eccentric world. But the desperation in Ethan's voice, the heartbreaking vulnerability of his plea, was impossible to ignore. Tell me where to look, Ethan, I said then, my voice firm, resolute, the promise made, the pact unknowingly sealed. Tell me what to do. The static shifted, coalesced, and the voice of Ethan, lost in the frequencies, began to guide me, step by step, deeper into the unsettling mystery of Uncle Edgar's house, and towards a truth far more horrifying than I could possibly imagine. A truth buried beneath layers of dust, silence, and forgotten memories. His instructions were precise, unsettlingly so, guiding me not towards treasure, but towards something far more sinister, something hidden beneath the familiar surface of my uncle's seemingly harmless eccentricity, something that would soon transform my sympathy into a chilling, gut-wrenching horror. His instructions were precise, unsettlingly so, guiding me not towards treasure, but towards something far more sinister, something hidden beneath the familiar surface of my uncle's seemingly harmless eccentricity, something that would soon transform my sympathy into a chilling, gut-wrenching horror. Ethan's voice, still thin and wavering, directed me to the first location. Behind the shed in the garden, beneath the rosebush, the white one. The shed in the garden. I knew the one he meant, a dilapidated wooden structure at the far end of the overgrown yard, almost swallowed by weeds and tangled vines. The rosebush, yes, there was a white rosebush there, or what was left of one, a thorny, sprawling tangle of branches that had long since ceased to bloom in any meaningful way. Leaving the attic and the humming radio console behind felt like stepping back into a slightly less surreal version of reality. But the unsettling presence of Ethan's voice, echoing in my memory, clung to me like a second skin. The house downstairs seemed darker now, colder, the silence within its walls heavier, more oppressive. The storm outside had lessened to a steady, persistent rain, the wind still gusting occasionally, rustling the trees that surrounded the property like restless spirits. I grabbed a shovel from the cluttered mudroom, its metal head cold and damp in my hand, and headed out into the yard, the weight of Ethan's whispered instructions heavy on my mind. The garden was even more overgrown and neglected than I remembered from childhood visits. Weeds choked the flower beds, vines climbed the crumbling stone walls, and the shed leaned precariously to one side, its wooden door hanging open like a gaping maw. The white rosebush, as Ethan had described, was there, a thorny, skeletal thing, its branches tangled around a rusted trellis. Following Ethan's direction, I knelt beside the rosebush, the damp earth cold and yielding beneath my knees. The ground around the base of the bush was soft, disturbed, as if something had been recently buried there, or perhaps unearthed and then hastily reburied. A shiver ran down my spine, a prickle of unease that had nothing to do with the damp chill of the air. Taking a deep breath, I plunged the shovel into the soft earth, the metal scraping against roots and stones. The digging was surprisingly easy, the soil loose and yielding. It didn't take long before the shovel struck something solid, something that wasn't earth or stone. My heart began to pound in my chest, a mixture of apprehension and morbid curiosity churning in my stomach. Carefully, I used the shovel to loosen the soil around the object, revealing a corner of something metallic. Brushing away the damp earth with my gloved hands, I unearthed a small, tarnished metal box. It was about the size of a jewelry box, made of some kind of cheap, lightweight metal, dented and scratched with age and burial. The metal was cold to the touch, almost unnaturally so, sending another shiver of unease through me. I lifted the box from the hole, the damp earth clinging to its surface, and turned it over in my hands. It was plain, unadorned, with no markings or engravings. Curiosity overriding caution, I pried open the lid, the hinges creaking rustily. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a small, worn object. Toy. A child's toy. A small, wooden toy soldier, painted in bright, primary colors, chipped and faded with age. One of its tiny wooden arms broken off and missing. The sight of the toy soldier, so small, so innocent, unearthed from beneath the neglected rosebush, sent a jolt of something akin to grief through me. It was just a toy, of course, a child's plaything, seemingly innocuous in itself. But in this context, unearthed at Ethan's direction, in this strange, unsettling atmosphere, it felt significant, ominous, tied to something darker, something unseen. I closed the metal box, the click of the latch echoing too loudly in the quiet garden, and stood up, the damp chill seeping into my bones. "What is it?" I whispered into the air, as if Ethan might somehow hear me in the rustling of the leaves, in the sighing of the wind. What is this supposed to mean? Back inside the house, the radio console in the attic seemed to hum a little louder, a little more insistently, as if waiting for me, watching. I carried the metal box and the toy soldier up to the attic with me, placing them carefully on the dusty console table. Hesitantly, I put the headphones back on, the static rushing into my ears, a familiar yet still unsettling sound. "Ethan," I said into the microphone, my voice barely above a whisper. "I found it. The box. The toy soldier. What now?" Silence. Long, drawn-out silence, filled only with the rushing static, the low hum of the console. Had I lost contact? Had the fragile connection, forged in the electronic ether, been broken? Doubt gnawed at me, a cold, insidious whisper in the back of my mind. Maybe it had all been a delusion after all. Maybe the voice, the name, the treehouse, the toy soldier, maybe it was all just a product of my own overactive imagination, fueled by exhaustion and the unsettling atmosphere of Uncle Edgar's house. Then, just as doubt began to creep in, just as I was about to dismiss the whole thing as a bizarre auditory illusion, the static shifted again, and Ethan's voice returned, fainter now, more distant, but still undeniably there. "Destroy it," he whispered, the words stretched and distorted by the static, almost swallowed by the noise. "The toy, destroy it, break it, burn it. It holds me. Destroy it, break it, burn it." The instructions were chillingly simple, chillingly direct, and yet they resonated with a disturbing sense of purpose, a desperate urgency that belied the seemingly innocuous nature of the object itself. A child's toy soldier. What power could it possibly hold? What darkness could it possibly conceal? As I stared at the small, wooden figure lying innocently on the dusty console table, a sudden thought struck me, a chilling realization that made my blood run cold. Uncle Edgar, the house, the attic, the radio, Ethan's voice, trapped since the 1970s. Children disappearing decades ago. A dark thread began to weave itself through the fragmented pieces of the puzzle. A thread of unease, of suspicion, of something far more sinister than I had initially imagined. Driven by a sudden, desperate need to understand, to find some kind of grounding in the swirling chaos of the impossible, I turned away from the radio console, away from the whispering voice of Ethan, and began to explore the dusty corners of the attic, searching for something, anything, that could shed light on the mysteries of Uncle Edgar's past and the chilling truth behind the voice in the static. It didn't take long before I found them, tucked away in a cardboard box hidden beneath a pile of old blankets. Newspaper clippings, yellowed, brittle, their edges frayed with time, detailing local news stories from decades ago. Stories of disappearances, children vanishing without a trace. And as I scanned the faded headlines, as I read the chilling accounts of missing children and desperate searches, one name began to appear with disturbing frequency, weaving its way through the narratives of loss and unanswered questions. Edgar, my uncle. His name mentioned in connection to the disappearances, not as a suspect, not directly accused, but mentioned as a neighbor, as an acquaintance, as someone who lived nearby, who might have seen something, who might know something. The clippings didn't offer answers, but they painted a picture, a dark, unsettling portrait of my eccentric uncle, a portrait that clashed sharply with the harmless, slightly dotty image I had always held. And as I stared at the faded newspaper pages, at the grainy photographs of smiling, vanished children, a chilling question began to form in my mind, a question that whispered with the same unsettling resonance as Ethan's voice in the static. What if Uncle Edgar's eccentricities had been a mask? What if his harmless oddness had concealed something far more sinister, something that was now reaching out from the past, through the static of an old ham radio, to pull me into a nightmare beyond imagining? The toy soldier, lying innocently in its metal box, suddenly felt less like a child's plaything, and more like a piece of terrible evidence, unearthed from the hidden depths of a long-buried horror. The toy soldier, lying innocently in its metal box, suddenly felt less like a child's plaything, and more like a piece of terrible evidence, unearthed from the hidden depths of a long-buried horror. The faded newspaper clippings, spread across the dusty attic floor, painted a picture of Uncle Edgar that was chillingly at odds with the kindly, eccentric figure I thought I knew. The smiling faces of the vanished children in the grainy photographs seemed to stare up at me accusingly, their silent eyes echoing Ethan's whispered plea for help, twisting my sympathy into a knot of cold dread. Was it possible? Could my uncle, the harmless recluse, have been involved in something so unspeakable? The thought was repulsive, almost unbearable. Yet the evidence, however circumstantial, was undeniably there, woven into the fabric of the yellowed newspaper pages, amplified by the ghostly voice in the static. I pushed the unsettling thought aside for a moment, focusing on Ethan's instructions. Destroy it, break it, burn it. The voice's demand echoed in my mind, insistent, urgent. Taking the metal box and the toy soldier, I went back downstairs, the weight of the small object in my hand feeling disproportionately heavy, laden with an unspoken significance. In the kitchen, I found a heavy ceramic mug and, steeling myself, I placed the toy soldier inside. With a sharp, sickening crack, I brought the mug down on the wooden figure, shattering it into splinters of painted wood and dust. The sound echoed in the silent house, sharp and final, like the breaking of something fragile and precious. Then, gathering the fragments along with the tarnished metal box, I carried them out to the overgrown garden, to a patch of bare earth away from the rosebush, and built a small pyre of dry leaves and twigs. With trembling hands, I set it alight, watching as the flames licked at the wood and metal, consuming the remnants of the toy soldier, sending plumes of gray smoke into the rain-laden sky. Returning to the attic, the air felt different, lighter, somehow less oppressive, though the dust still danced in the faint sunlight, and the hum of the radio console remained a constant, low thrum. I put the headphones back on, the static rushing into my ears, a familiar yet still unsettling sound. "Ethan," I said into the microphone, my voice still hushed, hesitant, uncertain what to expect. I destroyed it. The toy soldier. What now?" Silence. A longer silence this time, stretching out, filled only with the static and the low hum. Doubt began to creep back in, colder, more insidious than before. Had I been wrong to believe? Had I been manipulated by what exactly? A ghost? A figment of my imagination? Or something else entirely? Something far more deceptive? Just as I was about to give up hope, just as I was about to dismiss the whole thing as a bizarre, unsettling episode fueled by grief and isolation, the static shifted, and Ethan's voice returned, clearer than ever before, stronger, almost energized. "Good," he whispered, the single word resonating with a chilling sense of satisfaction that made the hairs on the back of my neck prickle. "Good, you helped me, but not enough. More objects. More holding me. More objects? More things to destroy." The urgency in Ethan's voice was growing, becoming almost demanding. The vulnerability that had initially drawn me in now edged with something sharper, something unsettlingly insistent. "Where, Ethan?" I asked, my voice losing some of its earlier hesitancy, replaced by a growing sense of unease. "Where do I look for the next object? Cellar?" The voice whispered, the word echoing with a damp, cold resonance that seemed to seep from the headphones directly into my bones. Under the loose stone near the north wall, the cellar, the old stone cellar beneath the house. I hadn't even been down there yet. It was accessed through a heavy, wooden door in the kitchen floor, a door that had been warped and swollen shut for years, or so I thought. I'd assumed it was just another forgotten, inaccessible corner of the dilapidated house. But Ethan knew about it. He knew about the loose stone near the north wall. How? Leaving the attic again, the newspaper clippings still spread across the dusty floor like accusing witnesses. I descended to the kitchen, the weight of Ethan's instructions pressing down on me, a growing sense of dread tightening its grip around my heart. The kitchen was cold, damp, shadowed even in the dim afternoon light filtering through the rain-streaked windows. The wooden cellar door, set into the worn linoleum floor, looked even more forbidding than I remembered. Dark, solid, secured by a rusty latch that looked like it hadn't been opened in decades. But, to my surprise, when I tried the latch, it yielded with a groan of protest, the rusty metal reluctantly giving way. With a heave, I pulled the heavy door open, the hinges screaming in protest, revealing a dark, narrow stairwell leading down into blackness. A damp, earthy smell wafted up from the depths, carrying with it a faint, almost metallic tang, an odor that was vaguely, unsettlingly familiar. Taking a flashlight from a kitchen drawer, its beam cutting a weak swathe through the gloom, I descended the creaking wooden stairs into the cellar. The air down here was noticeably colder, heavier, thick with the smell of damp earth and mildew. The flashlight beam danced across rough-hewn stone walls, slick with moisture, and a low, uneven dirt floor. Dust and cobwebs hung heavy in the air, undisturbed for decades. It was a classic, creepy cellar, the kind you saw in horror movies, the kind that felt instinctively wrong, a place where secrets were buried and nightmares lurked in the shadows. Following Ethan's instructions, I moved towards the north wall, my footsteps echoing eerily in the confined space. The stone walls were rough, uneven, cold and damp to the touch. Near the base of the wall, I found it. A loose stone, slightly dislodged from the others, a subtle irregularity in the otherwise solid stone surface. Hesitantly, I reached out and tugged at the stone, expecting it to be firmly wedged in place. But to my surprise, it moved easily, sliding out of the wall with a soft scraping sound, revealing a small, dark cavity behind it. Inside the cavity, nestled in the cool earth, was another object. Not a metal box this time, but something wrapped in a piece of faded, yellowed cloth. My heart began to pound again, the unsettling rhythm echoing the insistent clicking sound that had haunted me at the gas station. A phantom sound that now seemed to be following me even here, into the depths of Uncle Edgar's house. Carefully, I reached into the cavity and pulled out the cloth-wrapped object, the damp earth clinging to the faded fabric. Unfurling the cloth, my breath hitched in my throat, a wave of nausea washing over me, colder and more intense than anything I had felt before. Lying in my hand, nestled in the yellowed cloth, was a small, leather-bound book, a diary, and on its cover, embossed in faded gold lettering, was a single word: Ethan. My blood ran cold. The diary, Ethan's diary, unearthed from the depths of the cellar, hidden beneath a loose stone, directed by the voice in the static, a voice that claimed to be Ethan, a voice that knew my name, my childhood treehouse, and now, seemingly, the location of his own, long-lost diary. As I stared at the leather-bound book in my trembling hand, the newspaper clippings upstairs, the toy soldier reduced to ashes in the garden, the unsettling demands of the voice in the static, all coalesced into a single, terrifying realization. I wasn't helping a lost soul. I was being manipulated, and the truth I was unearthing, guided by Ethan's voice, wasn't about to free anyone. It was about to bury me in a horror far deeper and darker than I could ever have imagined. The radio in the attic, I suddenly realized, was no longer just humming. It was softly, almost imperceptibly, clicking. The radio in the attic, I suddenly realized, was no longer just humming. It was softly, almost imperceptibly, clicking, the sound now seeming to emanate not just from the console, but from the very air itself, a chilling, rhythmic pulse that resonated with the frantic beating of my own heart. Ethan's diary. The leather felt cold and strangely slick beneath my fingers. With a growing sense of trepidation, I opened the book, its aged pages brittle and thin as parchment, the scent of mildew and dust rising from within its depths like a breath from the grave. The first entries were childlike, innocent, filled with the mundane details of a child's life in the early 1970s. Schoolyard games, birthday parties, summer vacations, written in a childish scrawl that was both heartbreakingly familiar and utterly alien. He wrote about his dog, a golden retriever named Buster, his favorite comic books, his dreams of becoming an astronaut. It was the voice of a normal, happy child, a voice full of life and innocent wonder. But as I turned the pages, as I delved deeper into Ethan's world, a subtle shift began to occur. The entries became shorter, less frequent, the tone changing, darkening, a shadow creeping into the bright landscape of his childhood. The playful anecdotes gave way to shorter, more fragmented entries, filled with anxieties and fears. He wrote about nightmares, about shadows in his room, about a bad man who had started visiting his house, a man his parents seemed strangely afraid of, a man who gave him unsettling presence and whispered secrets in his ear. The innocent voice began to falter, replaced by a growing sense of unease, a chilling premonition of something terrible looming on the horizon. And then the entries started to mention the woods behind his house, the woods he had once played in, the woods that had now become a source of fear, a place of shadows and whispers, a place he was forbidden to go alone. But he wrote of going there anyway, drawn by a morbid curiosity, lured by a dark fascination, always with the bad man. The diary entries grew more disturbing, hinting at things unseen, at secrets unspoken, at a growing complicity in something terrible. He wrote of games in the woods, games that weren't games at all, games that involved other children, children who later disappeared. He never explicitly stated what happened, but the implications were horrifyingly clear, woven into the gaps between the lines, screaming from the silences in his childish prose. He wrote of fear, yes, but also of a chilling excitement, a growing sense of power, a disturbing fascination with the bad man and his dark games. The voice in the static, the voice that had pleaded for my help, the voice I had felt such sympathy for, was not the voice of an innocent victim. It was the voice of an accomplice, of someone deeply complicit in the horrors that had haunted this place for decades. Upstairs, in the attic, I could almost feel the radio console watching me, the low hum now laced with a subtle, malevolent undertone, the clicking sound growing faster, more insistent, like a countdown to some terrible event. The air in the cellar grew colder, the shadows deepening around me as I continued to read, the flashlight beam trembling in my hand. Ethan's diary became a confession, a chilling testament to a childhood corrupted, a descent into darkness willingly embraced. He wrote of helping the bad man, of luring other children, of witnessing things no child should ever see, of burying things in the woods, in the cellar, around the property. The objects he had directed me to find and destroy, they weren't holding him captive. They were evidence of his crimes, evidence he was desperate to erase, even from beyond the grave, even from between frequencies. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow, leaving me breathless and nauseous. I wasn't freeing a lost soul. I was being used, manipulated by a voice from the static, a voice that belonged to a monster, not a victim. And Uncle Edgar, the newspaper clippings, his suspected involvement in the disappearances, it wasn't him. It was Ethan. Ethan and the bad man. Uncle Edgar had been protecting someone, covering up for someone, perhaps even Ethan. The thought made my stomach churn, a wave of revulsion washing over me. And then I understood, the clicking sound. It wasn't just a random electronic noise. It was coming from the radio, but it wasn't electronic. It was mechanical, the clicking of gears turning inside the console, inside the radio itself, gears that shouldn't be there, gears that were moving on their own, gears that were activating the machine on its own, without power. without any human intervention. The flashlight beam flickered, then died, plunging the cellar into absolute darkness. Panic seized me, cold and sharp, constricting my throat, stealing my breath. The clicking sound grew louder, closer, seeming to surround me now, echoing from the stone walls, vibrating through the dirt floor, resonating in my very bones. And from the darkness, from the stairwell leading back up to the kitchen, I heard it again. Ethan's voice, but it wasn't whispering now. It was louder, stronger, deeper. The childish vulnerability replaced by a chillingly adult tone, cold, demanding, utterly devoid of emotion. "Destroy the diary," the voice commanded, the words echoing in the darkness, laced with static, but clear, unmistakable. "Destroy it now. It's the last one. Then, you can free me. Free him." No, I knew the truth now. Destroying the diary wouldn't free him. It would unleash something else entirely. Something far more ancient, far more malevolent. Something that had been using Ethan's voice, using my sympathy, to manipulate me, to erase the last vestiges of its terrible past. And as I stood there, paralyzed by fear in the pitch-black cellar, listening to the clicking sound growing louder, and the cold, commanding voice echoing from the stairwell, I realized with chilling certainty that the true horror wasn't buried in the garden, or hidden in the cellar, or whispered in the static. The true horror was beneath the house itself, beneath the foundation, where something ancient and hungry was waiting to be called. The clicking wasn't a countdown. It was a pulse, a rhythmic, insistent throb, growing stronger, resonating deeper, drawing something up from the earth itself, through the foundations of the house, up towards the attic, towards the radio console, towards me. The air in the cellar grew thick, heavy, charged with a palpable sense of presence. Not just cold, but actively draining heat, pulling warmth from my body, leaving me shivering, even in my heavy jacket. The dampness intensified, beating on the stone walls, condensing in the air, the earthy smell becoming overpowering, laced with that faint, metallic tang, now undeniably the scent of old blood and turned earth. Ethan's voice changed again. No longer a whisper, no longer a command. It became something else entirely. Deeper, richer, resonant, echoing with a chillingly seductive warmth. A false comfort that was far more terrifying than any threat. "Don't destroy it," the voice purred. The words no longer distorted by static, but perfectly clear, perfectly human, yet utterly devoid of humanity. "Keep it. Embrace it. It's the key. The key to everything. The key to what? To freeing him? Or to unleashing something far worse? The diary. Ethan's confession. It wasn't evidence to be destroyed. It was something else. Something valuable. To it, a faint light began to emanate from the stairwell. Not the beam of my flashlight, which was dead, but a soft, ethereal glow. A pale, phosphorescent luminescence that seemed to seep from the darkness itself, illuminating the cellar in an unnatural, ghostly light. The clicking sound intensified, transforming, the rhythmic pulse now morphing into a low, resonant hum, vibrating through the floor, through the walls, through my very being. The house itself seemed to be vibrating, resonating with this unseen energy, groaning and creaking around me, like a living thing slowly awakening. And from the stairwell, bathed in that unnatural light, something began to ascend. Not a shadowy figure, not a monstrous form, but something far more insidious, far more abstract. A feeling, presence, a cold, empty void that seemed to expand outwards, filling the cellar, filling the house, filling my mind, erasing everything else, leaving only emptiness. And a single, chillingly clear thought, echoing in the silence that followed the clicking. A thought that wasn't my own, but somehow implanted, undeniable, terrifyingly real. It is free. Story 3, The Sleep App. The ceiling fan spun with a monotonous whir. Each rotation a stark reminder of the minutes ticking by. Each tick a nail in the coffin of another sleepless night. It wasn't just the occasional restless evening. It had become a relentless pattern. A nightly battle against an enemy I couldn't see or touch. Insomnia. My days were a haze of exhaustion, fueled by copious amounts of coffee and the gnawing anxiety of knowing what awaited me when the sun dipped below the horizon. My focus was shot, my temper short, and the simplest tasks felt like monumental efforts. I tried everything. Warm milk, chamomile tea, blackout curtains, white noise machines, even those oddly specific guided meditations narrated by someone who sounded perpetually on the verge of falling asleep themselves. Nothing seemed to stick. The moment my head hit the pillow, my mind would erupt with a cacophony of thoughts, worries, and random snippets of conversations from the past decade. It was a cruel irony. The more I tried to relax, the more agitated I became. My doctor suggested lifestyle changes, which felt like a slap in the face. "Have you tried regular exercise?" she'd asked, her tone suggesting I'd somehow overlooked this incredibly obvious solution. Yes, I tried regular exercise. I tried intense exercise, gentle yoga, even that weird trend of bouncing on a mini trampoline. Nothing. Then came the sleep hygiene lectures. No screens before bed, consistent sleep schedule, as if I had any control over that. A cool and dark bedroom. My bedroom was practically a cave, and my phone was banished from the room an hour before I even considered attempting sleep. Still, the nights stretched on, long and empty. Desperate, I turned to the digital world, a place I usually avoided when seeking solace. But the app stores were overflowing with promises of peaceful slumber. There were apps that tracked your sleep cycles, apps that played soothing sounds, apps that claimed to analyze your dreams. I scrolled through them, my hope dwindling with each passing icon. Most looked generic, promising the same tired solutions. Then one app caught my eye. It was called Night Whisper. The icon was simple: a stylized crescent moon with a tiny, almost imperceptible ear nestled within its curve. The description was intriguing. It didn't just promise to track my sleep. It claimed to analyze the subtle sounds of my sleep environment using my phone's microphone, identifying patterns and offering personalized recommendations to improve my rest. It boasted an advanced algorithm that could differentiate between ambient noise and actual sleep disturbances, even suggesting potential underlying issues based on the sounds it detected. The reviews were surprisingly positive, filled with users raving about how Night Whisper had finally helped them understand and conquer their sleep problems. Some even mentioned receiving insights into environmental factors they hadn't considered, like subtle drafts or the distant sounds of traffic. Skepticism warred with a desperate yearning for a full night's sleep. What did I have to lose? It was free to download, with an optional premium subscription for more detailed analysis and personalized recommendations. I tapped the install button, the progress bar slowly filling as my last sliver of hope hitched itself to this digital promise. Once installed, the app's interface was surprisingly clean and intuitive. It asked for permission to access my microphone, explaining that this was crucial for its analysis. I hesitated for a moment, a tiny voice in the back of my head whispering about privacy concerns, but the lure of sleep was too strong to resist. I granted the permission. The app then guided me through a brief setup process, asking about my usual bedtime, wake-up time, and any known sleep disorders. It emphasized the importance of placing my phone on my nightstand, close enough to my bed to capture the sounds of my sleep environment, but not so close that it would be disturbed by my movements. It also recommended ensuring the room was as quiet as possible for accurate analysis. That last part felt almost mocking, given my nightly struggles, but I nodded along to the on-screen instructions. The first night, I felt a strange sense of anticipation as I placed my phone on the nightstand before turning off the lights. It felt odd, entrusting my sleep to an app, but I was willing to try anything. I drifted off to sleep eventually, as I always did, after what felt like an eternity of tossing and turning. In the morning, I reached for my phone with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. The app displayed a detailed sleep analysis, complete with graphs showing my sleep stages, the number of times I woke up, and even a breakdown of the ambient sounds it had detected. It identified periods of light sleep, deep sleep, and REM sleep, painting a picture of my night that felt both familiar and strangely detached. According to the app, I had woken up 3 times during the night, a fact I was painfully aware of. It also noted several instances of rustling sounds and a few unidentified low-frequency noises. The app suggested these might be contributing to my fragmented sleep and offered some general tips, such as ensuring my bedding was comfortable and my room was dark enough. Over the next few days, I diligently used Night Whisper every night. I started paying more attention to my sleep environment, making sure the room was quiet and dark. I even invested in a new, more supportive pillow based on one of the app's suggestions. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, I started to notice a slight improvement in my sleep. The app's analysis seemed to be helping me identify patterns I hadn't been aware of. For instance, it highlighted that I tended to wake up more frequently during periods of light sleep, suggesting I wasn't spending enough time in the deeper, more restorative stages. This prompted me to try some new relaxation techniques before bed, hoping to promote deeper sleep. The app also had a feature that allowed me to listen back to the audio recordings it had captured during the night. Curiosity piqued. I decided to try it one morning. The recordings were mostly what I expected. The gentle hum of the air conditioner, the occasional muffled sound from outside, and my own soft breathing. It was surprisingly uneventful, almost boring. But there was a strange comfort in seeing my sleep patterns laid out so clearly, in feeling like I was finally taking some control over this frustrating aspect of my life. Night Whisper felt like a helpful tool, a digital companion on my journey back to restful nights. It was analyzing, it was tracking, it was seemingly helping. It wasn't just an app. It was a gateway, a modern interface for something ancient and malevolent. The symbols weren't just random patterns. They were part of a ritual, a process of preparing a vessel for possession. The whispers weren't just random sounds. They were the voices of the entity, or perhaps entities, that were using the app to target and manipulate their victims. And the mimicking of my voice, it was the final stage, the entity learning to inhabit my very being. The realization that dozens, perhaps even hundreds, of people had gone through the same terrifying experience, and that many had likely succumbed to whatever entity was behind Night Whisper, filled me with a profound sense of dread. I wasn't just dealing with a haunted app. I was facing an ancient entity that had found a new way to infiltrate the modern world, using the very technology we rely on for comfort and convenience against us. The physical changes started to become more noticeable. The mark on my arm, which I had tried to scrub off, remained stubbornly visible. I started having vivid, disturbing dreams, filled with shadowy figures and unintelligible chanting. I would wake up feeling drained and disoriented, as if I hadn't slept at all. Sometimes, I would catch glimpses of myself in the mirror and see a flicker in my eyes, a brief flash of something alien and cold. The recordings from the app continued to escalate. The voice that sounded like me was now speaking more frequently, more confidently, discussing the final stages of the transition with the other whispers. It talked about the moment of merging, the complete surrender of my will, the welcoming of the new consciousness. The details were gruesome and terrifying, painting a vivid picture of my own annihilation. One night, I woke up to find myself sitting on the edge of my bed, my eyes wide open, staring blankly ahead. I didn't remember waking up. I didn't remember getting out of bed. But there I was, in the darkness, feeling a strange sense of detachment from my own body. I reached for my phone, and the Night Whisper app was open, the screen displaying a complex, pulsating symbol I had never seen before. And then, a voice, my voice, whispered from the phone. The time is near. A cold dread washed over me, more intense than anything I had ever felt before. The transition was happening. I could feel it, a subtle shift within me, a sense of something else trying to take hold. I looked around my bedroom, the familiar surroundings now feeling alien and menacing. The peeling wallpaper, with its hidden markings, seemed to watch me, the symbols glowing faintly in the dim light. My phone vibrated in my hand. A new recording had started. I pressed play, my heart pounding in my chest. The recording began with silence, then a faint rustling sound. And then, a voice, my voice, spoke. But this time it wasn't just mimicking. It felt different. There was a coldness to it, a detachment, an alien intelligence that had taken root within my vocal cords. "It is done," the voice said, the words echoing in the silent room. The vessel is prepared. The gateway is open. The recording continued, but the voice was no longer mine. It was something else, something ancient and powerful, speaking through my lips. It spoke of its arrival, of its long journey, of the new world it would inhabit. And then, it turned its attention directly to the microphone, to anyone who might be listening. "Sleep well," the voice said, a chillingly smooth and confident tone replacing my own. "There are always more who need rest." The recording ended. I stared at my phone, at the night whisper icon, the crescent moon with the tiny ear now seeming to smirk in the darkness. The transition was complete. Or was it just the beginning? Story 4, The Substitute. The empty space at the front of the classroom felt wrong. Mr. Abernathy, our history teacher, was a fixture. He was the kind of man whose tweed jacket always smelled faintly of pipe tobacco and old books, a comforting aroma that usually filled the room. But today, his desk was bare, save for a neatly stacked pile of papers that looked as though they had been placed there in a hurry. No explanation had been given during the morning announcements, just a vague mention of a temporary replacement. A low murmur rippled through the class as the final bell rang, each of us glancing expectantly at the doorway. Then she appeared. She was tall and carried herself with an almost regal bearing, despite her age. Her silver hair was pulled back in a neat bun, and her dress, a deep shade of violet, seemed to shimmer slightly in the fluorescent lights of the classroom. She moved with a quiet grace that belied her years, and as she placed her worn leather satchel on Mr. Abernathy's desk, a hush fell over the room. Her eyes, a startling shade of blue, scanned the class, lingering for a moment on each student before settling on the empty space where Mr. Abernathy usually stood. "Good morning," she said, her voice surprisingly strong and clear, with a hint of an accent I couldn't quite place. "My name is Ms. Harrow, and I will be your substitute history teacher for the time being." Her smile was brief but held a certain warmth, enough to ease some of the initial awkwardness. She began by writing her name on the whiteboard in elegant cursive, the chalk barely making a sound. Then, she turned back to face us, her hands clasped lightly in front of her. "I understand that Mr. Abernathy's absence may be unexpected," she continued, her gaze steady. "However, I assure you that we will continue our study of history without disruption." In fact, a faint smile touched her lips again. "Perhaps we can even explore it in ways you haven't considered before." Her words piqued my curiosity. Mr. Abernathy's lessons were usually straightforward, focusing on dates, names, and significant events. I couldn't imagine what other ways there were to learn about the past. Our current topic was the French Revolution, a period Mr. Abernathy had described as one of immense upheaval and societal change. He had assigned us readings from our textbook and a research paper on the storming of the Bastille. I expected Ms. Harrow to simply pick up where he left off, but her approach was different. "Close your eyes," she instructed, her voice soft but commanding. A few students exchanged confused glances, but most of us complied. "Imagine you are in Paris in the summer of 1789. The air is thick with humidity, and the smells of the city are everywhere, the stench of unwashed bodies, the aroma of freshly baked bread, the metallic tang of blood from the recent skirmishes in the streets." Her words painted a vivid picture in my mind. I could almost feel the oppressive heat, hear the distant shouts and the rumble of wooden carts on cobblestones. "Now," she continued, her voice dropping slightly, "imagine the hunger, the gnawing emptiness in your stomach that has been your constant companion for months. The crops have failed and food is scarce. You see the opulent carriages of the wealthy passing by, their occupants oblivious to your suffering." A sense of unease began to settle over me. This wasn't the dry recitation of facts I was used to. This felt visceral. "Hear the whispers," she urged. "The growing discontent, the anger simmering beneath the surface. People are talking in hushed tones about injustice, about inequality. They are desperate for change, any change." I could almost hear the murmur of voices, the hushed conversations filled with fear and resentment. And then, her voice rose slightly. "The cry goes up. The Bastille has been stormed. Imagine the chaos, the shouting, the clash of steel. Feel the surge of adrenaline as you join the crowd, your fear momentarily forgotten in the collective rage. When she finally said, "You may open your eyes," the classroom felt different. The fluorescent lights seemed harsher, the silence more profound. Ms. Harrow stood at the front of the room, her gaze sweeping over our faces, a thoughtful expression in her blue eyes. "History is not just a collection of dates and names," she said, her voice gentle. "It is the story of human experience, of triumphs and tragedies, of joy and suffering. To truly understand it, we must try to connect with it on a deeper level, to imagine what it felt like to be there, to experience it through the senses." For the rest of the period, Ms. Harrow continued in this vein. She didn't ask us to open our textbooks or take notes. Instead, she guided us through the events of the French Revolution, focusing on the personal stories, the emotions, the sensory details that brought the past to life in a way Mr. Abernathy never had. She described the lavish feasts at Versailles, the delicate perfumes worn by the aristocracy, contrasting them with the squalor and stench of the Parisian slums. She spoke of the fear and paranoia during the Reign of Terror, the chilling silence before the guillotine fell, the collective gasp of the crowd. Her descriptions were so vivid, so detailed, that it was hard to believe she hadn't been there herself. It was as if she were recounting personal memories, not historical facts. During one point, while describing the execution of Louis XVI, she spoke of the sudden silence that fell over the crowd as the king's head was held aloft. "Imagine the shock," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. The realization that the old order was truly gone, replaced by something terrifying and unknown. The smell of the damp earth mingling with the coppery scent of blood. It's a smell that lingers in the memory, even centuries later. A shiver ran down my spine. It was just a description, I told myself, but the way she said it, the faraway look in her eyes, made it feel like so much more. The bell rang, signaling the end of class, and I was surprised at how quickly the time had passed. Usually, history class felt like a slow drag, but today I had been completely engrossed. As we gathered our belongings, Ms. Harrow smiled at us. "I hope you found that a little more engaging than simply reading from a book," she said. Most of the students mumbled their agreement, a few even offering enthusiastic nods. There was something undeniably captivating about her storytelling. As I walked out of the classroom, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something unusual about Miss Harrow. Her knowledge seemed to go beyond what could be found in textbooks, and her descriptions were almost too real. The rest of the day passed in a blur. My other classes felt dull in comparison to Ms. Harrow's vivid portrayal of the French Revolution. I found myself thinking about her words, replaying her descriptions in my mind. That evening, as I sat down to work on my homework, I pulled out my history textbook to review the chapter on the French Revolution. The facts and figures seemed flat and lifeless after Ms. Harrow's immersive lesson. I tried to imagine the scenes she had described, to bring them to life in my own mind. Later that night, I had a strange dream. I was in a crowded square, the air thick with the smell of sweat and fear. A tall wooden structure loomed in the center of the square, and a hush fell over the crowd as a man was led towards it. I couldn't see his face clearly, but I felt a sense of profound sadness and injustice. Then, with a sickening thud, his head fell into a basket, and a collective gasp rose from the onlookers. I woke up with a jolt, my heart pounding, the image of the execution still vivid in my mind. The next day, I was eager for history class. I wanted to hear more of Ms. Harrow's stories, to see what historical period she would bring to life next. When I entered the classroom, Ms. Harrow was already there, arranging some papers on her desk. She looked up and smiled as I took my seat. "Good morning," she said. "Ready for another journey into the past?" I nodded, a sense of anticipation building within me. Today, she told us we would be studying the Roman Empire. Again, she started by asking us to close our eyes. "Imagine the grandeur of Rome," she began, her voice filled with awe. The towering marble columns, the bustling marketplaces, the roar of the crowds in the Colosseum. She described the sights, the sounds, the smells of ancient Rome with the same vivid detail as she had the French Revolution. I could almost see the chariots racing through the streets, hear the gladiators clashing in the arena, smell the spices and perfumes of the exotic goods being traded. But this time, her focus seemed to linger on the darker aspects of Roman history. She spoke of the brutal efficiency of the Roman army, the bloody gladiatorial combats, the cruel excesses of some of the emperors. She recounted the story of Nero, describing his descent into madness, the rumors of his involvement in the Great Fire of Rome, and the chilling image of him playing his lyre while the city burned. "Imagine the terror," she said, her voice low and somber. The flames leaping from building to building, the screams of the people trapped in the inferno, the acrid smell of burning wood and flesh filling the air, and above it all, the haunting melody of the emperor's lyre. Again, her words painted a disturbing picture in my mind. That night, I had another vivid dream, this time of a city engulfed in flames, the sky glowing red with fire. I could hear the desperate cries of the people, feel the intense heat, and smell the suffocating smoke. The image of a figure playing a musical instrument amidst the chaos was particularly unsettling. As the days went by, Ms. Harrow continued her unusual teaching methods, taking us on immersive journeys through different periods of history. She spoke of the Black Death with chilling detail, describing the swollen buboes, the agonizing pain, the overwhelming stench of death. She recounted the horrors of the transatlantic slave trade, the cramped and unsanitary conditions on the ships, the despair and suffering of the enslaved people. Each night, I found myself plagued by vivid nightmares related to the historical events she had described. I would wake up feeling disoriented and disturbed, the images and sensations from my dreams lingering in my mind. I noticed that I wasn't the only one affected. Several of my classmates seemed tired and withdrawn, and some had even mentioned having strange dreams. A few students, particularly those who had dared to question some of Ms. Harrow's more outlandish claims about experiencing these events firsthand, had been absent from class. Their desks remained empty, a stark reminder of their absence. What was even stranger was that their desks had been moved. They were now clustered together in the far corner of the classroom, a corner that always seemed to be noticeably colder than the rest of the room. I had initially dismissed it as my imagination, but other students had noticed it too. A sense of unease was growing among us. Ms. Harrow's lessons were captivating, but they were also deeply unsettling. Her knowledge seemed too intimate, her descriptions too real, and the disappearances of our classmates, coupled with the strange dreams and the cold corner of the room, were starting to feel like more than just a coincidence. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. The unsettling feeling intensified with each passing day. Ms. Harrow's lessons became increasingly focused on specific historical tragedies, and her descriptions grew more and more personal. It was no longer just about the general atmosphere of a time period. She would delve into the minute details, the fleeting expressions on people's faces, the almost imperceptible sounds that accompanied moments of great historical significance. Her knowledge seemed to extend beyond the documented facts, venturing into the realm of personal experience. One afternoon, we were discussing the Salem witch trials. Mr. Abernathy had covered this topic briefly, focusing on the social and religious context of the time and the legal proceedings of the trials. But Ms. Harrow approached it from a completely different angle. "Imagine the fear," she said, her voice low and intense, the pervasive paranoia that gripped the small community, neighbors turning against neighbors, fueled by superstition and suspicion. The accusations, whispered at first, then shouted in the town square. She described the cramped and stifling atmosphere of the meeting house where the accused were interrogated, the harsh glare of the sanpanguan, the terrified faces of the accused. "Feel the chill in the air," she continued, her eyes seeming to look past us, into some distant memory. Not just the cold of the New England winter, but the icy grip of fear that settled in the hearts of everyone present. Hear the frantic denials, the desperate pleas of innocence, drowned out by the cries of "witch." Then, she focused on the sensory details of the executions. "Imagine the rough feel of the rope around your neck," she said, her gaze lingering on a student in the front row. "The sudden, shocking pain as the cart is pulled away. the struggle for breath, the desperate fight for life as the world fades to black. The student she had been looking at, a usually boisterous boy named Michael, paled visibly and shifted uncomfortably in his seat. I felt a prickle of unease myself. Ms. Harrow's gaze had been intense, almost accusatory. Another time, when we were studying the Great Depression, she spoke of the Dust Bowl era with a sorrowful tone. "Imagine the endless stretches of barren land," she said. "The once fertile fields turned to dust, carried away by relentless winds. The sky, once blue, now perpetually choked with brown clouds." She described the gritty feel of the dust that permeated everything, the constant coughs and wheezing, the despair in the eyes of the farmers as they watched their livelihoods disappear. "Hear the silence," she urged. "Not the peaceful silence of nature, but the deafening silence of a land stripped bare. The silence of broken dreams, of families forced to abandon their homes, their faces etched with hardship and uncertainty." Then, her gaze drifted towards me. "Imagine the long journey westward," she said, her blue eyes piercing. "The crowded trucks and jalopies, the weary faces of your fellow travelers, all searching for a glimmer of hope in a land that seems to offer none." Her gaze held mine for a moment longer than necessary, and I felt a strange shiver run down my spine. It was as if she wasn't just talking about the general experience of the Dust Bowl migrants, but about something specific to me, something I couldn't quite grasp. It wasn't just the broad historical events. It was the seemingly insignificant details she would mention that were so unsettling. During a lesson on the sinking of the Titanic, she described the smell of salt and coal dust in the air on that fateful night, the specific tune the orchestra was playing as the ship went down, even the brand of cigars some of the passengers were smoking on deck. These were details that weren't typically found in our textbooks, details that seemed almost impossible for someone to know unless they had been there. One afternoon, after class, I lingered behind to ask Ms. Harrow a question about a particular detail she had mentioned regarding the clothing worn by factory workers during the Industrial Revolution. As I approached her desk, I noticed she was looking at a photograph. It was an old, faded picture of a group of children working in a textile mill. What struck me was the girl in the center of the photograph. She looked eerily familiar. Her face, her eyes, even the way she held her head. It was almost a mirror image of my own. Before I could say anything, Ms. Harrow looked up, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Interesting, isn't it?" she said, her gaze shifting from the photograph to me. "How certain faces seem to recur throughout history." She didn't elaborate, and I, feeling a sudden wave of discomfort, simply nodded and asked my question. But the image of that girl, my doppelganger from another century, stayed with me. The disappearances of our classmates continued. First, it was Michael, the boy she had looked at during the Salem witch trials lesson. Then, it was Sarah, who had politely questioned Ms. Harrow's claim that she could still hear the echoes of the cheering crowds from the Roman Colosseum. After that, it was David, who had pointed out a discrepancy in Ms. Harrow's account of the specific types of flowers growing in Anne Boleyn's garden. Each time, the missing student's desk would be quietly moved to the cold corner of the room. The remaining students started avoiding that corner, a palpable sense of unease hanging in the air whenever anyone got too close. The temperature difference was undeniable. You could feel a distinct chill as you approached that area of the classroom, even on warmer days. Rumors began to circulate among the students. Some whispered that Ms. Harrow was a ghost, others that she was some kind of ancient being who had witnessed all of history firsthand. The more rational among us tried to find logical explanations, but the mounting evidence, the impossible knowledge, the disappearances, the cold corner, made it increasingly difficult to dismiss the strange occurrences. Miss Harrow, for her part, seemed unfazed by the growing tension in the classroom. She continued her lessons with the same serene demeanor, her blue eyes occasionally lingering on certain students, including me. I often caught her watching me, her expression unreadable. It felt as though she was studying me, observing my reactions to her stories. One day, she was discussing the Russian Revolution. She spoke of the last days of the Romanov family, describing their confinement in the Ipatov house, their growing despair, and the final, brutal act of their execution. "Imagine the cramped quarters," she said, her voice somber. The oppressive silence punctuated by the guards' footsteps, the fear that hung heavy in the air, the knowledge that their fate was sealed. Then, she focused on the moment of their deaths. Imagine the sudden burst of gunfire in the small room, she said, her voice barely a whisper. The screams, the confusion, the sheer terror on their faces as their lives were extinguished. And afterwards, she paused, her gaze fixed on me. The eerie silence that followed, broken only by the sounds of their bodies falling to the floor, her intense gaze made me feel deeply uncomfortable. It was as if she was not just recounting a historical event, but something far more personal, something that somehow involved me. That night, my dream was the most vivid and disturbing yet. I was in a small, dimly lit room, surrounded by a family I didn't recognize but felt strangely connected to. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a group of armed men rushed in, firing their weapons indiscriminately. I felt a searing pain in my chest, a feeling of utter helplessness as my life was violently taken. I woke up in a cold sweat, my heart racing, the terror of the dream still clinging to me. I couldn't shake the feeling that Ms. Harrow's gaze and my subsequent nightmare were somehow connected. The unease had solidified into a distinct sense of dread. Something was very wrong, and I had a growing fear that I was somehow at the center of it. The connection between questioning Ms. Harrow and the subsequent nightmares followed by an unexplained absence became a chilling pattern none of us could ignore. It was as if challenging her version of history, even in the most polite and academic way, triggered a sequence of events that led to a student simply vanishing. The cold corner of the room, now holding 3 empty desks, served as a stark and silent testament to this disturbing reality. I remember the day Emily raised her hand during a discussion about the Spanish Inquisition. Ms. Harrow had been describing the agonizing methods of torture used by the Inquisitors, her voice filled with a sorrowful intensity. Emily, a bright and usually outspoken student, had respectfully pointed out that while the Inquisition was undoubtedly a dark period in history, some historians argued that the extent of the torture had been exaggerated over time. Ms. Harrow had simply smiled, a thin, almost pitying expression on her face. "History, my dear," she had said, her voice soft but firm, "is often more brutal than the sanitized versions you find in textbooks. Some experiences leave an indelible mark, a sensory memory that transcends the written word." That night, Emily told me she had the most horrific nightmare of her life. She dreamt she was strapped to a rack, her limbs being slowly stretched, the agonizing pain so real she woke up screaming. The next morning, Emily wasn't in class. Her parents hadn't informed the school of any absence, and her phone went straight to voicemail. Her desk was gone by the end of the day, now occupying a space in the increasingly crowded and noticeably colder corner. The fear in the classroom was palpable. Students who once eagerly participated in discussions now remained silent, afraid to contradict Ms. Harrow or offer alternative viewpoints. The atmosphere had shifted from one of curious engagement to one of quiet dread. We were all walking on eggshells, unsure of what might trigger the next disappearance. The vivid nightmares, too, became a common topic of hushed conversations. Mark, who had questioned the accuracy of Ms. Harrow's description of the sounds during the eruption of Mount Vesuvius, recounted a dream where he was trapped in Pompeii, the air thick with ash and the screams of the dying echoing around him. He described the suffocating heat, the feeling of being buried alive, the terror of the unknown. He was still in class, but he looked pale and shaken, constantly glancing nervously at Ms. Harrow. The cold corner became a focal point of our anxieties. Some students swore they could feel the temperature drop as they walked past it. Others claimed to see faint shadows flickering in that area, even when the rest of the room was brightly lit. We started avoiding it, creating a wide berth whenever we needed to move around the classroom. It felt like a quarantine zone, a place tainted by the mysterious disappearances. I found myself constantly observing Ms. Harrow, trying to decipher the secrets behind her unsettling knowledge and her strange influence on our class. Her gaze would often sweep across the room, and sometimes it would linger on me, her blue eyes seeming to penetrate my thoughts. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was somehow connected to the events unfolding, a sense that had been growing since she had stared at me during the lesson on the Russian Revolution. One afternoon, during a lesson on the Holocaust, Ms. Harrow described the conditions in the concentration camps with a level of detail that was both horrifying and deeply disturbing. She spoke of the stench of human waste and burning flesh, the constant hunger and disease, the utter despair that permeated the air. "Imagine the cold," she said, her voice filled with a chilling sadness. Not just the physical cold of the barracks, but the soul-crushing cold of knowing you are utterly dehumanized, that your life means nothing. A quiet girl named Olivia, who usually sat in the back of the class and rarely spoke, hesitantly raised her hand. "Ms. Harrow," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I read in a book that while the conditions were ужасные, some survivors mentioned acts of kindness and resilience among the prisoners. You haven't really talked about that." Ms. Harrow's smile faded, replaced by a look of something akin to disappointment. "My dear Olivia," she said, her voice losing some of its usual warmth. "While it is true that humanity can sometimes shine through even in the darkest of times, it is the overwhelming horror, the sheer brutality, that defines such events. To focus on fleeting moments of kindness risks minimizing the true extent of the suffering." Olivia didn't say anything more, but she looked troubled. That night, I couldn't sleep. My mind was filled with images of the concentration camps, fueled by Ms. Harrow's vivid descriptions. I kept thinking about Olivia's question and Ms. Harrow's dismissive response. It felt like Ms. Harrow was deliberately focusing only on the most horrific aspects of history, almost reveling in the suffering. The next morning, Olivia wasn't in class. Another empty desk joined the cluster in the cold corner. The silence in the room was heavier than ever. We were all acutely aware of the unspoken threat that hung in the air. Challenge Ms. Harrow and you might be next. The disappearances were starting to attract attention, albeit subtle. A few concerned parents had called the school, asking about the missing students. The principal had made a brief announcement, stating that the students were unwell and would return shortly. But we knew better. We saw the empty desks, felt the cold emanating from that corner, and remembered the chilling sequence of events that preceded each disappearance. I started paying closer attention to the historical figures Ms. Harrow mentioned most passionately. I would go to the library after school and research them, looking for any connection to the missing students. The French revolutionaries, the victims of the Salem witch trials, the Romanov family. I pored over books and online articles, searching for a common thread. It was during my research on the Dust Bowl migration that I found something truly unsettling. I came across a photograph of a family who had lost their farm and were traveling west in search of work. The girl standing in the center of the photograph, her face covered in dust, her eyes filled with a weary resignation, was the same girl I had seen in Ms. Harrow's old photograph, the one who looked exactly like me. The caption identified her as Sarah Miller, who had disappeared along with her family during the migration. There was no further information about what had happened to them. The resemblance was uncanny. It wasn't just a passing similarity. It was as if I were looking at a picture of myself from another time. A cold dread washed over me. Was there a connection between these historical figures and the missing students? And why did Ms. Harrow seem so fixated on them? The next day in class, Ms. Harrow was discussing the Irish potato famine. She described the blight that ravaged the potato crops, the widespread starvation and disease, the mass emigration from Ireland. "Imagine the hunger," she said, her voice filled with a deep sorrow. "The gnawing pain in your stomach that never goes away. The weakness, the dizziness, the feeling of your body slowly wasting away." She spoke of the overcrowded ships carrying desperate Irish families to America, the coffin ships where disease was rampant and many died during the voyage. As she described the faces of the starving Irish immigrants arriving in America, her gaze fell upon a quiet boy named Thomas, who had recently questioned her account of the exact number of people who died in the Great Famine. "Imagine their hope," she said, her voice almost a whisper, her eyes fixed on Thomas. The desperate hope for a new life, only to be met with prejudice and hardship in a foreign land. See the weariness in their eyes, the lingering shadow of the famine that will never truly leave them. Thomas looked down, visibly uncomfortable under Ms. Harrow's intense gaze. That night, I had a dream of being on a crowded, dilapidated ship, the air thick with the smell of sickness and despair. I felt weak and hungry, my body aching. When I woke up, I had a terrible feeling in the pit of my stomach. The next morning, Thomas wasn't in class. His desk was gone. Another addition to the silent, cold corner. The pattern was undeniable now. Challenge Ms. Harrow, have a vivid nightmare related to her lesson, and then disappear without a trace. The fear in the classroom was no longer a quiet dread. It was a palpable terror. We were trapped in a nightmare of our own, with Ms. Harrow as the enigmatic and unsettling conductor. And I had a growing, terrifying suspicion that I might be next. The disappearance of Thomas solidified my resolve to uncover the truth behind Ms. Harrow and the vanishing students. My late-night research sessions in the library became more focused, less about the general history and more about the specific individuals Ms. Harrow seemed drawn to. I started meticulously noting the names and time periods of the historical figures she described with the most intensity, the ones who seemed to evoke a particular emotional response from her. The pattern began to emerge slowly at first, like faint lines gradually connecting scattered points. The girl from the Dust Bowl photograph, Sarah Miller, bore a striking resemblance to Emily, the student who had questioned Ms. Harrow about the Spanish Inquisition and subsequently disappeared. The connection wasn't perfect, but the shape of their faces, the set of their eyes, the way they held their mouths, there was an undeniable similarity. Then I found a portrait of a young woman accused of witchcraft during the Salem witch trials. Her name was Abigail, and the resemblance to Sarah, the student who had questioned Ms. Harrow about the Roman Colosseum, was even more pronounced. It was as if they could have been sisters separated by centuries. The more I delved into the historical figures Ms. Harrow had highlighted, the more unsettling the connections became. There was a grainy photograph of a young boy, a member of the Romanov family, who looked remarkably like Michael, the student who had the nightmare about the rack after questioning the extent of torture during the Spanish Inquisition. And a painting of an Irish immigrant who arrived in America during the Great Famine shared an uncanny resemblance with Thomas, the quiet boy who had questioned the death toll of the famine and then vanished. The similarities weren't just vague. They were specific, almost like Ms. Harrow was showing us historical doppelgangers of our missing classmates. And then I started finding the ones who looked like me. There was a faded daguerreotype of a young woman from the early 19th century, her name listed as Eliza, who had died in a tragic accident. The shape of her face, the curve of her nose, the way her dark hair was styled. It was undeniably me. The shock sent a jolt through me. Couldn't be a coincidence. My heart pounded in my chest as I continued my search. I found another photograph, this one from the early 20th century, of a young woman named Anna who had perished in a fire. The resemblance was just as striking, if not more so. Her eyes, in particular, held the same intense gaze I often saw in my own reflection. The number of historical figures who bore an uncanny resemblance to me continued to grow. There was a young woman in a photograph from the French Revolution, her expression defiant, her name lost to history. There was a portrait of a young noblewoman from the time of the Black Death, her face pale and gaunt. Each one had features that echoed my own, sometimes subtly, sometimes with an almost unsettling accuracy. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. Ms. Harrow wasn't just interested in these historical tragedies. She was fixated on the individuals who had lived through them, individuals who looked like us, the students in her class. And the students who had disappeared were the ones who had questioned her, the ones whose historical doppelgangers she had discussed in detail. A terrifying thought took root in my mind. Was I next? Had my interaction with her during the lesson on the Russian Revolution, my subsequent nightmare, marked me as the next to vanish? The image of the young woman from that era, the one who looked so much like me, haunted my thoughts. I found a brief mention of her in a historical account, a young servant girl who had been caught in the crossfire during the chaos of the revolution. A tragic, meaningless death. I started piecing everything together. Ms. Harrow's unusual teaching methods, focusing on sensory details that no historian could truly know. The vivid nightmares we were all experiencing, each one mirroring the historical tragedy she had just described. The students who dared to question her accounts, only to disappear and have their desks moved to the cold corner. And now, the undeniable resemblance between the missing students and historical figures, including several who looked exactly like me. It was as if Ms. Harrow was collecting something or someone. But why? And why were the students who questioned her the ones who disappeared? Could it be that, by challenging her version of history, they were somehow disrupting her plans? I decided I needed to talk to someone, to share my findings and my growing fears. But who would believe me? The principal seemed content with the vague explanation of illness. My parents would likely dismiss it as teenage overactive imagination. My classmates were just as scared and confused as I was. Then I remembered the old class photos that lined the hallways of our school. They dated back to the school's founding over a century ago. I had often glanced at them in passing, but now they held a new significance. If Miss Harrow had been temporarily teaching here every 20 years, as the rumors suggested, perhaps she would appear in some of these older photographs. The next day, I made my way to the main hallway before classes started. The walls were covered with rows upon rows of black and white photographs, each one a snapshot of a different graduating class. I started with the most recent photos and began working my way backward. In the photographs from 20 years ago, there she was, a younger Miss Harrow, but undeniably her, standing amongst the faculty with the same regal bearing and piercing blue eyes. The shock of seeing her there, seemingly unchanged after 2 decades, sent a chill down my spine. I continued my search, my heart pounding with a mixture of fear and anticipation. In the photographs from 40 years ago, there she was again, looking almost exactly the same. And 60 years ago, and 80. In every photograph taken at 20-year intervals, Miss Harrow was present, always listed as a temporary history teacher. But what was even more disturbing were the faces of the students in those photographs. Scattered among them, in each of those years where Miss Harrow had taught, were students who looked eerily familiar. A girl in a photograph from 80 years ago had the same distinctive features as Emily. A boy from 60 years ago looked just like Michael. And in a photograph from 20 years ago, I saw a girl who was my spitting image. The pattern was undeniable. Every 20 years, when Miss Harrow appeared as a temporary teacher, students who looked like historical figures she focused on would mysteriously vanish. And now it was happening again. And I, with my growing collection of historical doppelgangers, seemed to be a prime target. I felt a wave of panic wash over me. I had to find out what Miss Harrow was doing, what her connection to these historical figures and the missing students was. I had to understand why she had been teaching at our school on this strange 20-year cycle for so long. And most importantly, I had to figure out how to stop her before I became the next photograph on the wall, a faded image of a life that was abruptly and mysteriously cut short. The cold corner of the classroom suddenly felt like a looming shadow, waiting to claim its next victim. And I knew I had to act fast if I wanted to avoid becoming another one of Miss Harrow's historical echoes. The grainy images in the hallway photographs were compelling, but I needed more concrete proof. The school library had a small archive section, and I decided to investigate it, hoping to find yearbooks that might corroborate the 20-year cycle of Miss Harrow's appearances and the coinciding student disappearances. The archive was a dusty, dimly lit room filled with stacks of old documents and forgotten memorabilia. The air smelled of aged paper and time. After a bit of searching, I located a shelf labeled yearbooks and began pulling them down, starting with the most recent and working my way back. The yearbooks from the past few decades confirmed Ms. Harrow's presence as a temporary history teacher every 20 years. There she was in the faculty photos from 2005, 1985, and 1965, her appearance changing subtly with the hairstyles and fashion of the time, but her piercing blue eyes and regal bearing remaining constant. As I went further back, I found yearbooks from the 1940s, the 1920s, and even the early 1900s, not long after the school was founded. And in each yearbook that fell on a year ending in 5 or 0, there she was, Ms. Harrow, listed as a temporary history instructor. The sheer consistency of it was chilling. It was no longer a rumor. It was an undeniable pattern spanning over a century. But the yearbooks also revealed something else, something even more disturbing. As I flipped through the pages, I started noticing students who were present in one yearbook but absent in the subsequent ones, particularly in the years when Miss Harrow was teaching. There were no explanations given, no mentions of transfers or graduations. They were simply there 1 year and gone the next. In the 2005 yearbook, alongside Ms. Harrow's faculty photo, was a picture of a girl named Emily Carter, who bore a striking resemblance to our missing Emily. Emily Carter wasn't listed in the graduating class section, nor was she present in any of the subsequent yearbooks. The same pattern held true for the other missing students. Michael, Sarah, David, Olivia, and Thomas all had counterparts in the yearbooks from Ms. Harrow's previous stints at the school, and none of them appeared to have graduated. They had simply vanished. The pieces of the puzzle were clicking into place, forming a terrifying picture. Ms. Harrow wasn't just a substitute teacher. She was a recurring figure in the school's history, appearing every 20 years, and her visits coincided with the mysterious disappearances of students who resembled historical figures she taught about. As if the weight of this discovery wasn't enough, I started experiencing strange dreams that felt incredibly real, like memories of events I had never actually lived through. It began subtly. After the lesson on the French Revolution, I dreamt I was a young woman in Paris, caught up in the fervor of the revolution. I could feel the rough fabric of my simple dress, smell the stench of the crowded streets, hear the passionate cries for liberty. The emotions were intense, a mixture of fear, excitement, and a burning desire for change. Then, after the lesson on the Salem witch trials, I dreamt I was standing before a group of stern-faced men, accused of witchcraft. I felt the cold dread of their accusations, the desperate urge to plead my innocence, the crushing weight of injustice. The sensory details were vivid, the rough texture of the wooden floor beneath my feet, the harsh glare of the sampanguan, the suffocating fear in the air. The dreams continued, each one corresponding to a historical period Ms. Harrow had recently covered in class. I dreamt I was a young boy in Russia during the time of the Romanovs, experiencing the confinement, the growing fear, the final, terrifying moments. I dreamt I was a farmer during the Dust Bowl, watching helplessly as my land turned to dust, the wind whipping my face, the taste of grit in my mouth. I dreamt I was an Irish immigrant on a crowded ship, the smell of sickness overwhelming, the despair palpable. These weren't just ordinary dreams. They felt like fragments of someone else's life, vivid and emotionally charged. The faces in these dreams were often blurry, but the feelings, the sensations were incredibly real. It was as if I was briefly inhabiting the memories of people who had lived through these historical tragedies. The connection to the historical figures I resembled became increasingly clear. The dream of the young woman in the French Revolution felt intrinsically linked to the blurry photograph I had seen. The dream of being accused of witchcraft echoed the portrait of Abigail. The dream of the boy in Russia resonated with the image of the young Romanov. It was as if Ms. Harrow's lessons were somehow unlocking these dormant memories within me, memories of lives I had never lived, yet felt strangely connected to. The realization was both fascinating and deeply unsettling. Was this what had happened to the missing students? Were they being pulled into these past lives, their present existence somehow erased? The thought of my own historical doppelgangers haunted me. The young woman from the early 19th century who died in a tragic accident. The girl from the early 20th century who perished in a fire. The young servant girl caught in the crossfire of the Russian Revolution. Were these glimpses into my own potential fates? Was Ms. Harrow somehow orchestrating a repeat of these historical tragedies? My fear of Ms. Harrow intensified. Her serene demeanor now seemed like a mask, hiding a sinister purpose. Her intense gaze felt like she was looking not at me, but at someone else, someone from the past whose life I was somehow echoing. I knew I had to find out what Ms. Harrow's ultimate goal was. Why was she collecting these students? What was the significance of the 20-year cycle? And how could I break this terrifying pattern before I became another missing face in an old yearbook? Another soul lost to the cold corner of the classroom. The dreams were becoming more frequent, more vivid, and the line between my own life and the lives of those who looked like me was beginning to blur. I felt like I was standing on the precipice of something terrifying, and Ms. Harrow was the one poised to push me over the edge. The weight of the yearbooks, stacked precariously in my arms as I returned them to the archive shelf, felt symbolic of the heavy truth I now carried. Ms. Harrow wasn't just teaching history. She was manipulating it, somehow drawing students who resembled figures from the past back into the very moments of their historical demise. And I, with my multiple historical lookalikes, was likely her final target, the culmination of her decades-long cyclical endeavor. The next history class felt different. The usual sense of dread was amplified by a feeling of inevitability. Ms. Harrow stood at the front of the room, her gaze, as always, sweeping over us. But today, it lingered on me for an unervingly long time. There was a knowing look in her blue eyes, a sense of anticipation that sent a shiver down my spine. She began the lesson by talking about historical cycles, the way certain themes and events seem to repeat themselves throughout history. She spoke of the cyclical nature of empires, the recurring patterns of conflict and peace, the ebb and flow of societal change. Her words felt pointed, directed specifically at me. Sometimes, she said, her voice low and measured, history corrects itself. When a soul is taken before its time, when a life is disrupted prematurely, the fabric of history can be unbalanced. Such imbalances can ripple through time, creating disharmony. She paused, her gaze unwavering. There are those who believe, she continued, a faint smile playing on her lips, that these imbalances can be rectified, that the natural order of things can be restored by guiding those misplaced souls back to their intended moments. Her words hung in the air, heavy with implication. I felt a cold dread creep over me as I began to understand the terrifying nature of her mission. She wasn't just collecting students. She was collecting souls she believed had been incorrectly removed from the timeline, and she was returning them to their destined ends. After class, as the other students filed out, Miss Harrow called my name. My heart pounded in my chest as I slowly approached her desk. The cold corner of the room seemed to beckon, the empty desks like vacant placeholders for the next to disappear. "I've been expecting you," she said, her voice surprisingly gentle. "You have a keen interest in history, I've noticed." "Ms. Harrow," I began, my voice trembling slightly, "I know about the yearbooks. I know about the students who disappeared. And I know about the people in history who look like us." A sigh escaped her lips, a sound that seemed to carry the weight of centuries. "You are a perceptive one," she said, "more so than the others, perhaps. It makes my task easier in a way." "What is your task?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "What are you doing with those students?" "Restoring balance," she replied, her blue eyes filled with an almost fanatical gleam. "Correcting the mistakes of the past. Certain souls were never meant to leave their time. Their premature departures created distortions. I have been guiding them back, ensuring that history unfolds as it should." "You're killing them," I said, the realization hitting me with brutal force. "You're sending them back to die." "They were already destined to die," she countered, her voice sharp. "I am merely ensuring that they fulfill their intended fates. Think of it as historical preservation. And you," she said, her gaze intensifying, "you are the final piece. The cycle will be complete." "What cycle?" I asked, my mind racing. "What do you mean?" "Every 20 years, she explained, her voice taking on a hypnotic quality. "A new generation arrives, bearing the echoes of these misplaced souls. I identify them, guide them, and when the time is right, I return them." She then began to list the historical figures I resembled, the tragic circumstances of their deaths echoing in her words. The young woman from the 19th century who died in a carriage accident. The girl from the early 20th century who perished in a fire. The servant girl caught in the crossfire of the Russian Revolution. Her voice was soft, almost a lullaby, but the content was horrifying. "And now," she said, her gaze locking onto mine, "it is your turn. You carry the echoes of so many who were taken too soon. It is time for them to finally rest, to allow the timeline to heal." Fear gripped me, cold and paralyzing. I was the final piece in her macabre puzzle, the last soul she needed to complete her twisted version of historical restoration. Just then, the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day. The sudden sound seemed to break the hypnotic hold of Miss Harrow's words. Students began to pour out of the other classrooms, their chatter a stark contrast to the chilling conversation I was having. "Not now," Miss Harrow said, a hint of annoyance in her voice. "But soon, we will finish our lesson." I knew I had to escape. I had to find a way to break free from this terrifying cycle. As I turned to leave, my eyes fell upon Mr. Abernathy's desk. On it, amidst the neatly stacked papers, was a small, worn, leather-bound book. It looked older even than Miss Harrow's satchel. An idea sparked in my mind. If Miss Harrow had been doing this for over a century, perhaps there was a record of it, a clue to how to stop her. The next day, I arrived at school early, before Miss Harrow. I slipped into the empty classroom and went straight to Mr. Abernathy's desk. The leather-bound book was still there. I carefully picked it up. The cover was blank, worn smooth with age. As I opened it, I found pages filled with elegant, cursive handwriting. It was a journal. The entries were dated, starting from the year the school was founded. And the handwriting, it was the same elegant script as Miss Harrow's on the whiteboard. As I began to read, the horrifying truth unfolded. The journal detailed Miss Harrow's arrival at the school every 20 years, her identification of students who resembled historical figures, and her methods of guiding them back to their intended fates. The entries were chillingly clinical, devoid of any remorse or empathy. She genuinely believed she was performing a necessary service, correcting historical anomalies. The journal also revealed her motivation. She believed that a group of souls had been prematurely plucked from history centuries ago, disrupting the natural order of time. She saw it as her mission to return them, one generation at a time, using the students who bore their likeness. And according to the journal, I was indeed the final piece, the one who embodied the last of these displaced souls. As I reached the final entries, written during Mr. Abernathy's tenure, my blood ran cold. Miss Harrow had become aware of Mr. Abernathy's suspicions. He had apparently started noticing the patterns, the disappearances, the strange coincidences. The last entry spoke of her needing to resolve the situation with him. Suddenly, the classroom door creaked open. Miss Harrow stood in the doorway, her blue eyes wide with surprise and then narrowing with anger as she saw the journal in my hands. "What do you think you're doing?" she demanded, her voice losing its gentle facade. I clutched the journal tightly. "I know what you are," I said, my voice trembling but firm. "You've been doing this for over 100 years, but it stops now." A sinister smile spread across her face. "Does it?" she said, her eyes glowing with an unnatural light. "History has a way of repeating itself, my dear, and some destinies are unavoidable." The air in the classroom grew cold, the chill emanating not just from the corner, but from Miss Harrow herself. I knew this was it, the final confrontation. The journal in my hands felt like my only weapon against the centuries-old force that stood before me. The ending of this story, I realized, was not yet written. Story 5, The Grief Support Group. The silence in the apartment had become a thick, suffocating blanket, heavier than any physical weight. It pressed down on me, stealing the air from my lungs and the light from my days. It had been 6 months since Sarah, my vibrant, irrepressible sister, was taken from us in a senseless car accident. 6 months of the world continuing its relentless spin while mine had ground to a halt. Before, our small apartment had always been filled with laughter, with the clatter of dishes as we cooked together, with the comfortable murmur of conversation that stretched late into the night. Sarah's energy was infectious. She could find joy in the most mundane of tasks, turning grocery shopping into an adventure and folding laundry into a shared joke-telling session. Now, the silence echoed with her absence, amplifying the hollowness that had taken root in my chest. The days bled into one another, each one a carbon copy of the last. I would wake up, the first thought a sharp stab of grief, followed by the crushing realization that it wasn't a bad dream, that Sarah was truly gone. I would go through the motions of the day, forcing myself to eat something, staring blankly at the television, occasionally attempting to read a book only to find my mind drifting back to her. Work had become an unbearable burden. The once engaging projects now felt meaningless, the friendly banter of colleagues grating on my raw nerves. Eventually, I stopped going altogether, using up my sick leave and then simply ignoring the increasingly concerned calls from my boss. My friends tried. They called, they visited, they offered words of comfort that felt hollow and inadequate. I knew they meant well, but their attempts to cheer me up only served to highlight the vast chasm that had opened up in my life, a chasm that no amount of well-meaning platitudes could bridge. I retreated further into myself, pushing away their concern, preferring the numbing solitude of my grief. Sleep offered little respite. My nights were haunted by fragmented memories of Sarah, her infectious smile, the way her eyes would crinkle at the corners when she laughed, the sound of her singing off-key in the shower. These memories, once a source of comfort, now felt like cruel taunts, reminders of everything I had lost. Sometimes, I would dream of the accident itself, the screech of tires, the sickening crunch of metal, and I would wake up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding, the silence of the apartment even more oppressive than before. I had tried therapy, a few sessions with a kind but ultimately unhelpful woman who offered generic advice about coping mechanisms and the stages of grief. Her words felt like a script, detached from the raw, visceral pain that consumed me. I stopped going, feeling more alone and misunderstood than ever. One particularly bleak afternoon, as I sat staring out the rain-streaked window, a postcard arrived in the mail. It was a simple, cream-colored card with no return address. On the front was a photograph of an old stone church, its facade weathered and worn, ivy climbing its ancient walls. The church looked abandoned, its windows dark and empty, yet there was a strange sense of peace emanating from the image. On the back, handwritten in elegant, flowing script, were just a few words. "There is a place for you, a place to heal. The Sanctuary, Tuesdays at 7 p.m. The Sanctuary." The name felt strangely compelling, a beacon in the fog of my despair. I turned the postcard over and over in my hands, searching for any clue, any indication of who had sent it or what this sanctuary was. There was nothing. No website, no phone number, just the cryptic message and the image of the desolate church. A part of me, the rational part, dismissed it immediately. It was probably some kind of scam, or worse, some kind of strange religious cult. But another part of me, the desperate, grasping part, felt a flicker of something I hadn't felt in months. Hope, the idea of a place where I could heal, where my grief might finally find some solace, was incredibly appealing. Tuesday arrived, cold and gray, mirroring the landscape of my heart. Despite my initial skepticism, the postcard had planted a seed of curiosity, a tiny spark of possibility in the darkness. As the evening approached, I found myself drawn to the address mentioned on the postcard, an address I had looked up online. It led to the outskirts of the city, to a neighborhood I had never been to before. The abandoned church stood at the end of a winding lane, shrouded by overgrown trees. It was even more imposing in person than in the photograph, its stone walls stained with time and neglect. The heavy wooden doors looked like they hadn't been opened in decades, and the grounds were littered with fallen leaves and broken branches. This couldn't be it, I thought. This place looked like it was about to crumble into dust. Just as I was about to turn away, a faint light flickered in one of the side windows. Hesitantly, I approached the massive front doors and tried the handle. To my surprise, it turned. The heavy doors creaked open, revealing a dimly lit interior. The air inside was thick with the scent of dust and something else, something vaguely floral and sweet. My eyes slowly adjusted to the gloom. The main hall of the church was vast and empty, the rows of pews long gone. Moonlight filtered through the stained glass windows, casting eerie shadows on the walls. At the far end of the hall, near what must have been the altar, a small group of people sat in a circle on the floor, illuminated by the soft glow of several candles. A woman stood near the circle, her back to me. She had long, dark hair that cascaded down her back, and she wore a simple, flowing dress. As I stood there, uncertain whether to enter or retreat, she turned and looked directly at me. Her eyes were kind and gentle, and a warm smile spread across her face. "Welcome," she said, her voice soft and soothing. "We've been expecting you." Hesitantly, I stepped inside, the heavy doors closing behind me with a soft thud. The woman gestured towards the circle. "Come join us," she said. "We are the sanctuary." I walked towards the group, my heart pounding with a mixture of apprehension and anticipation. As I got closer, I could see that there were about a dozen people in the circle, ranging in age and appearance. Their faces were etched with sadness, but there was also a sense of quiet strength in their eyes. The woman who had greeted me introduced herself as Evelyn. She had a calming presence, an aura of serenity that seemed to emanate from her. She explained that the sanctuary was a grief support group, a safe space for people who had experienced profound loss. As I sat down on the floor, feeling a little out of place and overwhelmed, Evelyn began to speak. Her words were gentle and understanding, acknowledging the pain and loneliness that grief can bring. She spoke of the importance of sharing our stories, of finding connection and support in the company of others who understood. One by one, the members of the group began to share their experiences. There was a young man who had lost his wife to cancer, an elderly woman who mourned the death of her child, a middle-aged man who was grappling with the sudden loss of his brother. Their stories were heartbreaking, filled with raw emotion and a deep sense of loss. As I listened to them speak, I felt a strange sense of connection. For the first time since Sarah's death, I didn't feel so alone. These people understood the pain I was going through, the emptiness that had become my constant companion. When it was my turn to speak, the words came out in a rush, a torrent of grief and sadness that I had been holding back for months. I told them about Sarah, about her vibrant spirit, her infectious laughter, the gaping hole her absence had left in my life. As I spoke, tears streamed down my face, but for the first time, they didn't feel like tears of despair. They felt like a release, a letting go of some of the heavy burden I had been carrying. After everyone had shared their stories, Evelyn led us in a guided meditation. Her voice was soothing and hypnotic, guiding us through a process of gentle reflection and emotional release. I closed my eyes and focused on her words, allowing myself to feel the sadness, the anger, the pain, without judgment or resistance. By the end of the session, I felt a sense of calm I hadn't experienced in months. The heavy weight on my chest hadn't completely disappeared, but it felt lighter, less suffocating. As I left the abandoned church that night, the moonlight casting long shadows across the overgrown grounds, I felt a flicker of hope. Maybe, just maybe, I had found the place where I could begin to heal. The silence in my apartment that night still held the echo of Sarah's absence, but it no longer felt quite so deafening. There was a new sound now, a faint whisper of possibility, carried on the night air. The following Tuesday, I found myself walking down the winding lane towards the abandoned church once more. The initial apprehension I had felt the previous week had been replaced by a sense of anticipation, a quiet hope that maybe, just maybe, I was on the right path. The church, bathed in the twilight hues of the evening sky, seemed less foreboding this time, almost welcoming. Inside, the familiar scent of dust and flowers hung in the air. The same small group of people was gathered in a circle, their faces bearing a mixture of weariness and a fragile kind of peace. Evelyn greeted me with her warm smile, and I settled back into my spot on the floor, feeling a sense of belonging that had been absent from my life for far too long. The session began with a brief check-in, each member sharing how they had fared in the week since our last meeting. There were stories of small victories, a first night of unbroken sleep, a moment of genuine laughter, a tentative step back into a forgotten hobby. These small glimmers of light in the darkness were encouraging, a testament to the shared experience and the supportive atmosphere of the group. Then, Evelyn introduced the meditation technique for the evening. She explained that it was a specialized practice designed to help us process our grief in a deeper and more profound way. She spoke of releasing pent-up emotions, of finding a sense of acceptance, and even, perhaps, a fleeting connection with the loved ones we had lost. Her words were comforting, filled with a quiet confidence that inspired trust. We closed our eyes as Evelyn's soothing voice guided us. She spoke of a peaceful inner sanctuary, place where we could safely explore our grief without judgment or fear. Her words painted vivid images in my mind. A tranquil garden, a still lake reflecting the sky, a warm and comforting light enveloping me. As the meditation deepened, I felt a strange sensation, a tingling energy that seemed to flow through my body. Emotions that I had buried deep within me began to surface, waves of sadness, anger, and a profound longing for Sarah. But unlike the overwhelming surges of grief I had experienced before, these emotions felt manageable, as if Evelyn's voice was a steady hand guiding me through a turbulent sea. At one point during the meditation, Evelyn instructed us to focus on the memory of our loved one, to picture their face, to recall their voice, their laughter. As I conjured up Sarah's image in my mind, her bright eyes, her mischievous grin, the way she would tilt her head when she was listening intently, I felt an overwhelming sense of her presence. It wasn't a hallucination, not exactly, but more like a vivid memory brought to life. So real it felt, as if she was right there beside me. A wave of emotion washed over me, tears streaming down my face. But these weren't tears of pure sorrow. There was a strange element of joy mixed in, a fleeting sense of connection, as if for a brief moment, the veil between worlds had thinned, and I had been granted a glimpse of her. When the meditation ended, a profound sense of peace settled over me. The other members of the group looked equally moved, their faces softened, their eyes shining with unshed tears or a quiet sense of release. There was a palpable energy in the room, a feeling of shared catharsis. Over the next few weeks, I continued to attend the Tuesday evening sessions at the sanctuary. Each week, Evelyn introduced a new meditation technique, each one seemingly more powerful than the last. Some focused on forgiveness, others on acceptance, and some, like the one where I felt Sarah's presence so strongly, on fostering a sense of connection with our lost loved ones. The changes in me were noticeable. The suffocating blanket of depression began to lift, replaced by a fragile but persistent sense of hope. I started sleeping better, my nightmares becoming less frequent. I even found the energy to return to work, where my colleagues greeted me with genuine warmth and concern. The world outside the abandoned church, which had once seemed so bleak and unwelcoming, began to regain some of its color. The other members of the group also seemed to be experiencing similar transformations. The young man who had lost his wife spoke of finding a new sense of purpose. The elderly woman who had mourned her child shared stories of renewed joy in her grandchildren. The middle-aged man who had lost his brother talked about finally being able to look at old photographs without breaking down. Evelyn seemed to possess an uncanny ability to guide us through our grief, to unlock emotions we didn't even know we were holding on to. She had a gentle yet powerful presence, and her words always seemed to strike a chord deep within our souls. There was something almost ethereal about her, a sense of wisdom and compassion that went beyond her years. One evening, after a particularly moving meditation session, I stayed behind to help Evelyn tidy up the few cushions and blankets we used. As I was folding a soft, velvet cushion, I noticed something odd. Carved into the underside of the cushion, almost hidden from view, was a strange symbol. It looked ancient, with swirling lines and sharp angles that seemed vaguely unsettling. I frowned, running my fingers over the carving. It felt strangely familiar, though I couldn't quite place where I had seen it before. "What's this?" I asked Evelyn, holding up the cushion. She took the cushion from me, her expression shifting slightly, a fleeting shadow crossing her face. "Oh, that," she said, her voice a little too casual. "That's just something old. This building has been here for centuries, you know. There are all sorts of markings and things hidden away." Her explanation seemed plausible enough, but something about her reaction, the slight hesitation in her voice, made me feel uneasy. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the symbol than she was letting on. Over the next few weeks, I started paying closer attention to the other cushions. On several of them, I found similar carvings, each one slightly different but all sharing that same unsettling ancient quality. When I subtly pointed one out to another member, the elderly woman who had lost her child, she simply shrugged and said she hadn't noticed it before. Despite this small, nagging unease, I continued to find solace and healing in the sanctuary. The Tuesday evening sessions had become a lifeline for me, a place where I felt understood and supported. Evelyn's guidance was invaluable, and the sense of connection I felt with the other members was something I had desperately needed. However, a subtle shift began to occur within the group. After a few months, some of the members who had seemed to be making the most progress, those who had spoken of breakthroughs and profound emotional releases, began to miss sessions. When I asked Evelyn about them, she would simply smile and say that they had graduated from grief, that they had found their peace and moved on. That's wonderful. I would say, genuinely happy for them. But a small voice in the back of my mind couldn't help but wonder why none of them had said goodbye, why they hadn't exchanged contact information. It felt strange that they would simply disappear without a word, especially after the close bonds we had formed within the group. One Tuesday evening, as I walked towards the abandoned church, a feeling of unease settled over me. The air felt heavy, the silence of the surrounding woods more profound than usual. The flickering light in the side window seemed dimmer tonight, casting long, distorted shadows that danced in the periphery of my vision. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was changing, that the sanctuary I had come to rely on might not be as safe as it seemed. The sweet, floral scent in the air tonight seemed a little too strong, almost cloying, and a faint, metallic undertone lingered beneath it, a scent that sent a shiver down my spine. The dim light inside the church seemed to amplify the shadows, making the familiar space feel strangely unfamiliar. Evelyn greeted us with her usual gentle smile, but tonight, there was a subtle intensity in her eyes that I hadn't noticed before. The group was smaller than usual. I counted only 8 of us, including myself and Evelyn. The meditation began as always, Evelyn's voice a soothing balm in the dimly lit hall. But tonight, the guided imagery felt different, more immersive, almost hypnotic. She spoke of descending into the depths of our subconscious, of confronting our deepest fears and sorrows, of finding a path towards ultimate healing. As the meditation deepened, the familiar tingling sensation returned, but this time it was stronger, almost overwhelming. My senses felt heightened, the air around me thick and electric. The scent of flowers was overpowering, and the faint metallic undertone from the previous week was more pronounced, making my stomach churn slightly. Then it started, during a particularly intense phase of the meditation, where Evelyn urged us to connect with the essence of our lost loved ones. I saw her, in the periphery of my vision, near the far end of the hall where a set of stone steps led down to what I assumed was the church basement. A figure flickered in the shadows. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, a fleeting image conjured by my grief-addled mind. But then, the figure moved, and I saw the familiar silhouette, the way she held her head, the slight tilt of her shoulders. It was Sarah. My heart leaped in my chest. "Sarah?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. The figure didn't respond, but it turned its head slightly, and in the dim light, I could have sworn I saw her face, her eyes looking directly at me. The resemblance was uncanny, yet there was something off, a subtle stillness in her expression, a lack of the vibrant energy that had always defined her. I tried to focus, to reach out to her with my thoughts, but the intensity of the meditation held me captive, my mind swirling with a mixture of disbelief, longing, and a growing sense of unease. The image flickered and then vanished, leaving me breathless and disoriented. When the meditation ended, I opened my eyes, my heart still racing. The other members of the group were stirring, some looking peaceful, others looking strangely vacant. I glanced towards the basement steps, but there was nothing there now, just the deep shadows of the old church. Did anyone else see anything? I asked hesitantly, my voice trembling slightly. The others looked at me blankly. "See what?" asked the young man who had lost his wife, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. He had always been quiet, but lately, he seemed almost catatonic, his eyes glazed over, his responses minimal. "Just a feeling," I mumbled, not wanting to sound crazy. But the image of Sarah in the shadows was burned into my mind, too real to dismiss as a mere hallucination. Over the next few weeks, these experiences became more frequent and more vivid. During the meditations, I would often see Sarah in the shadows of the basement, sometimes just a fleeting glimpse, other times a more sustained image. She never spoke, never moved much, but her presence was palpable, a silent, watchful figure in the gloom. Each time it happened, a wave of conflicting emotions would wash over me. Joy at the possibility of connecting with her again, grief at her silent, spectral presence, and a growing unease that I couldn't quite explain. It felt like I was teetering on the edge of something profound and possibly dangerous. I also started noticing more pronounced changes in the other members of the group. The elderly woman, who had once shared stories of her grandchildren with such warmth, now sat silently during the sessions, her face an impassive mask. The middle-aged man, who had found solace in looking at old photographs, had stopped coming altogether. When I asked Evelyn about him, she simply said he had graduated and was doing very well. The young man who had lost his wife was the most unsettling. He had always been reserved, but now he seemed completely detached from reality. His eyes were vacant, his movements slow and robotic, and he rarely spoke unless directly addressed by Evelyn. It was as if a light had gone out behind his eyes, leaving him a mere shell of his former self. During one session, after I had seen Sarah more clearly than ever before, standing at the bottom of the basement steps, her gaze fixed on me, I tried to talk to the young man afterwards. Are you feeling okay?" I asked him, placing a hand gently on his arm. He looked at me with a blank stare, his eyes devoid of recognition. "I am at peace," he said in a monotone voice, his words sending a chill down my spine. "I have found release." His words echoed Evelyn's explanation of graduation, but there was something deeply disturbing about the way he said it, the complete lack of emotion, the almost robotic quality of his voice. It didn't sound like peace. It sounded like emptiness. My unease grew with each passing week. The intense emotional releases during the meditations, which had initially felt so cathartic, now left me feeling drained and strangely disconnected. The vivid images of Sarah in the basement, while offering a fleeting sense of connection, also filled me with a growing sense of dread. And the changes in the other group members, their vacant expressions and robotic pronouncements, were becoming increasingly alarming. One Tuesday evening, as Evelyn began the meditation, I felt a strong resistance, a deep-seated instinct telling me to stop, to get out. But the familiar pull of the group, the desperate longing for connection with Sarah, held me captive. As Evelyn's voice guided us deeper, I saw Sarah again, standing in the shadows of the basement. But this time she was closer, her features clearer. And as I looked at her, really looked at her, I noticed something that sent a wave of cold terror through me. It was her face, her eyes, but there was a subtle wrongness to it, a slight distortion, as if it were a mask, a perfect imitation that didn't quite fit. And then she smiled, a slow, chilling smile that didn't reach her eyes, and a voice echoed in my mind. Not Sarah's voice, but something ancient and cold, whispering my name. The air in the church suddenly felt heavy, charged with an unseen energy, and the sweet, floral scent was now overwhelmingly cloying, laced with a metallic tang that tasted like blood. Evelyn's veiled threat hung heavy in the air as I made my excuses and left the church that night. The drive home was a blur, my mind racing with fear and a desperate need for answers. I couldn't shake the image of those ancient symbols, the chilling smile I had seen on the distorted image of Sarah, and the unsettling emptiness in the eyes of the other group members. The next day, I called in sick to work, my anxiety too overwhelming to face the outside world. I spent hours hunched over my laptop, searching for any information I could find about the abandoned church. I started with local historical societies, poring over old maps and archives. The church, I discovered, was indeed centuries old, dating back to the early 18th century. It had been built on a site that was considered sacred even before its construction, a place where strange occurrences and unexplained phenomena had been reported for generations. My search eventually led me to obscure historical texts and local folklore. I unearthed fragmented tales of a banished cult that had once inhabited the area long before the church was built. They were said to have practiced strange rituals, focusing on the manipulation of emotions and the harvesting of spiritual energy. The legends spoke of entities that existed between life and death, beings that could be sustained and empowered by intense emotional releases, particularly the raw energy of grief. As I delved deeper, the pieces began to fall into place, forming a terrifying picture. The location of the abandoned church, the ancient symbols carved beneath the meditation cushions, the intense emotional catharsis we experienced during the sessions, Evelyn's talk of connecting with lost loved ones. It all pointed towards a horrifying possibility. Could the grief support group be a modern-day iteration of this ancient cult, using our vulnerability and pain to feed something sinister? The thought sent a shiver down my spine. The graduation of the other members, their vacant eyes and robotic pronouncements, were they not healing, but being consumed? Was the image of Sarah I was seeing in the basement not a genuine connection, but a carefully crafted illusion, a lure to keep me coming back? Driven by a desperate need for confirmation, I decided to visit the local library. I spent hours in the dimly lit archives, sifting through dusty old books and microfilms. I finally stumbled upon a reference to the symbols I had seen carved on the cushions. They were described as sigils associated with the banished cult, believed to be conduits for channeling emotional energy to the entities they worshipped. The description sent a wave of nausea through me. My initial sense of hope and healing within the group now felt like a cruel deception. The intense emotional releases, which had initially brought me comfort, now seemed like offerings, feeding some ancient, malevolent force. As I continued my research, I remembered Evelyn's words about the church basement. I had always assumed it was just an unused storage space, but now I wondered if it held a darker purpose. The legends of the cult often mentioned underground chambers and rituals performed in the depths of the earth. The more I learned, the more convinced I became that the sanctuary was not a place of healing, but a feeding ground. Evelyn, with her calming presence and seemingly compassionate guidance, was not a benevolent leader, but a shepherd leading her flock to slaughter. In the midst of my frantic research, I paused, suddenly aware of a persistent fatigue that had been plaguing me. I had initially attributed it to the lingering effects of my depression, but now I realized it had worsened since joining the grief support group, even as my emotional state had seemingly improved. I had been sleeping more soundly, feeling less overwhelmed by sadness, yet my physical energy was steadily declining. I felt drained, weak, almost as if something was slowly siphoning my life force. A chilling thought struck me. The cult legends had spoken of emotional harvesting, but could they also be harvesting something more tangible, something physical? Was my perceived emotional improvement coming at the cost of my physical well-being? I looked at my reflection in the darkened library window. My face looked pale and gaunt, with dark circles under my eyes. I had lost weight without trying, and my hands trembled slightly. Despite the initial lifting of my depression, my body felt like it was slowly shutting down. The horrifying truth began to dawn on me. The intense emotional releases during the meditation sessions weren't just cathartic. They were draining me, feeding whatever entity was lurking beneath the surface of the sanctuary. The image of Sarah in the basement, the chilling smile, the cold whisper of my name, it wasn't her. It was something else, something ancient and malevolent, wearing her face like a mask to keep me coming back, to keep the flow of grief, and perhaps something more, going. I had walked willingly into a trap, lured by the promise of healing, and now I was caught in a web of ancient rituals and unimaginable horror. The vibrant hope I had once felt upon receiving that mysterious invitation had curdled into a paralyzing fear, a fear that whispered of a fate far worse than the grief I had initially sought to escape. The weight of my discovery pressed down on me, heavier than any grief I had ever known. Evelyn wasn't just helping us cope with loss. She was orchestrating our consumption. The abandoned church wasn't a sanctuary. It was a carefully disguised altar for a centuries-old ritual. The graduated members weren't healed. They were gone, their life force, their very essence, devoured by the ancient entity lurking in the shadows. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. The specialized meditation techniques, the intense emotional releases, the fleeting connections with what seemed to be our lost loved ones. It was all a meticulously crafted deception, a way to weaken our defenses and open us up to be fed upon. And the voice, the image of Sarah in the basement, the comforting presence I had so desperately longed for, was nothing more than a cruel imitation, a mask worn by something ancient and malevolent to keep me tethered to this place of horror. I knew I had to escape, but a paralyzing fear held me captive. Evelyn had a subtle power over us, a hypnotic influence that made it difficult to resist her guidance. And the thought of facing whatever entity dwelled in the church basement, the thing that wore my sister's face, filled me with a terror I couldn't articulate. Yet, the alternative was unthinkable. To stay meant certain consumption, to become another vacant shell like the young man, or to vanish entirely like the others, my grief and life force fueling an ancient evil. I had to find a way to break free. The next Tuesday, I approached the abandoned church with a newfound sense of resolve, masking my fear with a carefully constructed facade of normalcy. The group was even smaller now, just myself and one other woman, a quiet, unassuming individual who had lost her husband. Evelyn greeted us with her usual serene smile, but I could sense a subtle shift in her demeanor, a watchful intensity that made my skin crawl. As the meditation began, I pretended to close my eyes, but I kept them slightly open, observing Evelyn and the other woman. Evelyn's voice was as soothing as ever, guiding us through the familiar steps of relaxation and emotional release. The other woman seemed to sink deeper into the trance, her breathing becoming slow and rhythmic. I, however, focused on controlling my emotions, refusing to give in to the familiar pull of grief. I pictured a shield around myself, a barrier against Evelyn's hypnotic suggestions and the lurking presence in the basement. It was difficult, the years of ingrained emotional responses fighting against my conscious effort, but I held firm. During the meditation, Evelyn instructed us to reach out to our lost loved ones. I saw the other woman's face soften, a single tear escaping from beneath her closed eyelid. I knew she was seeing her husband, feeling that fleeting sense of connection that Evelyn so expertly cultivated. Then I saw it, a flicker of movement in the shadows near the basement stairs. The figure of Sarah appeared, her image clearer than ever before. Her eyes met mine, and I saw the familiar warmth that I had so desperately missed. "It's me," her silent gaze seemed to say. "I'm here." My heart ached with longing, but I forced myself to remember what I now knew. This wasn't Sarah. This was something wearing her face, using my grief against me. I focused on the subtle wrongness of the smile, the lack of true emotion in the eyes. The voice echoed in my mind, cold and seductive. "Come closer," it whispered, using Sarah's voice, a perfect imitation that sent a shiver of revulsion through me. "We miss you." I resisted the urge to succumb to the illusion, to reach out to the comforting image. Instead, I focused my gaze on Evelyn. Her eyes were closed, her face serene, but I could sense a subtle energy emanating from her, a focused intensity directed towards the basement. She was the conduit, the one channeling the energy, the one feeding the entity. As the meditation progressed, I noticed Evelyn subtly moving her hands, making small, intricate gestures that mirrored the ancient symbols I had seen carved on the cushions. It was a ritual, a carefully choreographed performance designed to amplify our emotional releases and deliver them to whatever waited in the darkness below. The other woman in the group began to sob softly, her body trembling with the intensity of her grief. I could feel the energy in the room building, a palpable force fueled by her sorrow. It was then that I knew I had to act. Feigning a sudden wave of distress, I gasped loudly and clutched my chest. I don't feel well," I stammered, my voice trembling convincingly. "I think I need some air." Evelyn opened her eyes, her expression shifting from serene to concerned in an instant. "Are you all right?" she asked, her voice laced with a hint of suspicion. "I feel faint," I said, standing up slowly, my legs shaking. "I really need to step outside for a moment." Evelyn hesitated for a fraction of a second, her eyes searching mine. Then she nodded slowly. "Of course, go ahead." I made my way towards the heavy wooden doors, my heart pounding in my chest. As I reached the entrance, I glanced back at Evelyn and the other woman. Evelyn was watching me intently, her eyes narrowed. I didn't hesitate. I pulled open the heavy doors and stumbled out into the cool night air, the darkness a welcome relief after the oppressive atmosphere inside the church. I didn't stop running until I reached my car, my lungs burning, my body trembling with adrenaline. I drove away from the abandoned church as fast as I could, watching in my rearview mirror as the dark silhouette of the building receded into the distance. I knew I couldn't go to the police with my story. It would sound insane, the ramblings of a grief-stricken individual. But I also knew I couldn't stay silent. I spent the next few weeks gathering evidence, meticulously documenting everything I had learned about the church, the cult, and Evelyn. I compiled my research, the local legends, the historical records, and my own terrifying experiences. Finally, I decided to share my story anonymously online, posting it on forums dedicated to paranormal phenomena and true crime. I knew it was a long shot, but I hoped that someone, somewhere, would recognize the patterns, would have heard similar stories, and would be able to shed more light on the darkness that lurked within the abandoned church. The response was slow at first, but then, gradually, people started to reach out. Others who had lost loved ones and had encountered similar grief support groups with charismatic leaders and unusual meditation techniques. People who had felt that same sense of being drained, of something not being quite right. The pieces of a larger, more terrifying puzzle began to emerge. It seemed Evelyn wasn't the first to use grief as a disguise for something far more sinister. There were whispers of other such groups, scattered across the country, preying on the vulnerable, harvesting their sorrow for unknown purposes. The truth, it seemed, was far more ancient and widespread than I could have ever imagined. The entities that fed on grief were real, and they had been finding ways to sustain themselves for centuries, adapting their methods to the changing times. As for the abandoned church, I know it still stands there, shrouded in shadows, waiting for its next unsuspecting mourners. And somewhere, out there, Evelyn is likely still leading her sessions, her gentle smile masking the ancient evil that lies beneath. I escaped, but the memory of Sarah's face, the cold whisper in my mind, and the chilling emptiness in the eyes of the others will forever haunt me. I can only hope that by sharing my story, I can warn others and perhaps, one day, help to finally bring an end to the unspeakable horrors of the grief support group. But even now, as I write these words, a chilling thought lingers. What if graduation isn't the end? What if it's just another step in a cycle that continues beyond our understanding? A cycle where grief is merely the beginning. Story 6. The Melody. My days at Meadowbrook Senior Living were usually filled with a gentle rhythm, a predictable cadence of familiar faces and comforting routines. As a music therapist, my role was to weave melodies into the lives of the residents, hoping to unlock memories, soothe anxieties, and sometimes just offer a moment of shared humanity. I'd seen the power of music firsthand, the way a forgotten tune could bring a distant smile to a clouded face, or how a simple sing-along could transform a room filled with quiet resignation into a space buzzing with a fragile joy. My office, a small sun-drenched room overlooking the facility's meticulously manicured rose garden, was my sanctuary. It was filled with instruments, a well-loved piano, a collection of various percussion instruments, and a shelf overflowing with songbooks spanning decades. Each item held the potential to spark a connection, to bridge the gap that often widened with age and illness. The morning briefing was much like any other. The nurses and care staff shared updates on the residents, noting any changes in their physical or emotional states. It was during this meeting that Eleanor was mentioned. She was a new admission, a woman in her late 80s with advanced dementia. The notes indicated she was largely nonverbal, but there was one peculiar detail. She hummed, constantly, a melody no one recognized. Intrigued, I made it a point to visit Eleanor that afternoon. Her room was on the quieter side of the facility, overlooking a small patch of woods. As I approached, I could already hear it, a faint, ethereal sound that seemed to drift through the closed door. It wasn't loud or jarring, but rather a soft, persistent hum, like the gentle drone of a distant bee. I knocked softly and entered. Eleanor was sitting in a comfortable armchair by the window, bathed in the soft afternoon light. Her eyes were closed, and her hands rested peacefully in her lap. Her face, though etched with the lines of time and the blankness of dementia, held a serene quality. And then there was the melody. It was hauntingly beautiful, a sequence of notes that seemed both familiar and utterly foreign. It possessed a melancholic quality, a sense of longing that resonated deep within me, even though I couldn't quite grasp its origin or meaning. It wasn't a simple, repetitive tune. It had a complex structure, with subtle variations that kept it from becoming monotonous. I introduced myself gently, speaking in a calm and reassuring tone, even though I knew it was unlikely she would understand. I pulled up a chair and sat across from her, simply listening. The melody continued, unwavering, a constant soundtrack to her quiet existence. Over the next few days, I made regular visits to Eleanor. Each time, the melody was there, a constant presence in the room. I tried different approaches, playing familiar songs on my small portable keyboard, hoping to elicit a response, a flicker of recognition. I played tunes from her generation, classics that often sparked joy or nostalgia in other residents. But Eleanor remained lost in her own world, her humming the only outward sign of her inner life. The melody began to intrigue me more and more. It wasn't just a random series of notes. It felt intentional, purposeful. There were phrases that repeated, but never exactly the same way. It was as if she were trying to communicate something, a message hidden within the intricate weave of the tune. I found myself humming it unconsciously throughout the day. While making coffee in the morning, as I drove to work, even during sessions with other residents, fragments of Eleanor's melody would surface in my mind. It was like an earworm, but one that felt less irritating and more captivating. One afternoon, during a particularly quiet moment in Eleanor's room, I decided to try something different. I had brought a small notebook and a pen. As she hummed, I began to try and transcribe the melody, notating the notes as best as I could by ear. It was a slow and painstaking process, as the subtle variations made it difficult to capture the exact sequence. But I persevered, drawn in by the mystery of the tune. As I scribbled notes on the page, Eleanor's humming seemed to intensify slightly, as if she sensed my attempt to capture her song. Her brow furrowed momentarily, and her eyelids fluttered, but she didn't open her eyes. The melody continued, a fragile thread connecting her to a world I couldn't fully comprehend. I spent hours over the next few days refining the transcription, playing it back on the piano in my office, trying to match the nuances of Eleanor's humming. It was challenging, but also strangely rewarding. The more I worked on it, the more I felt a connection to the melody, a sense that it held some deeper significance. My colleagues noticed my preoccupation. Sarah, a kind and experienced nurse, asked me one afternoon if everything was all right. "You seem a bit distant lately," she said with a gentle smile. I explained about Eleanor and the unusual melody she hummed. Sarah listened patiently, nodding occasionally. "She's a sweet lady," she said, "mostly keeps to herself. That humming is constant, though. Some of the other staff find it a bit unsettling, but I think it's rather peaceful." Peaceful was one word for it, but I felt there was something more to it than just peacefulness. There was an undercurrent of something else, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. As I continued to transcribe the melody, I started to feel an odd sense of familiarity, a fleeting recognition that danced just beyond the edges of my memory. It was like trying to recall a dream, where fragments linger but the whole picture remains elusive. I racked my brain, trying to think if I had ever heard the tune before. Had it been part of a song I had learned as a child? A piece of classical music I had once studied? But nothing felt quite right. The melody had a unique structure, unlike anything I could readily recall. It wasn't a typical pop song or folk tune. It had a more ancient feel to it, almost primal. There were intervals and rhythms that felt both familiar and strangely out of place in contemporary music. One evening, I decided to do some research. I played the transcribed melody on my computer and used online music identification software, hoping it might recognize the tune. But the results came back negative. No matches found. I tried searching for similar melodies, exploring different genres and styles of music from around the world. I delved into folk music databases, classical archives, even ancient chants and hymns. But nothing seemed to align perfectly with Eleanor's haunting tune. The lack of any readily available information only deepened the mystery. Where had this melody come from? Had Eleanor learned it long ago and simply retained it in the depths of her fading memory? Or was there something more to it? The more I listened to the melody, the more it seemed to seep into my subconscious. I would wake up in the middle of the night with it playing in my head. I would find myself humming it while walking down the street or waiting in line at the grocery store. It was becoming an almost constant companion, a silent echo in the background of my thoughts. Despite her nonverbal state, there were moments when I felt a strange connection with Eleanor. Sometimes, as I sat with her, transcribing her melody, she would turn her head slightly in my direction, as if acknowledging my presence. Her eyes would remain closed, but there was a subtle shift in her demeanor, a sense of awareness that went beyond the typical vacant stare associated with advanced dementia. During one of these moments, as I played back a particularly intricate phrase on my keyboard, a faint smile touched Eleanor's lips. It was a fleeting expression, gone as quickly as it appeared, but it was enough to send a shiver down my spine. It was as if she understood, as if she approved of my efforts to capture her song. The melody continued to weave its way into my life, becoming an integral part of my daily routine. I looked forward to my visits with Eleanor, not just as part of my job, but as a personal quest to unravel the mystery of her haunting tune. It was a puzzle that I felt compelled to solve, a melody that had somehow found its way into my soul and taken root. I knew, deep down, that this was more than just a random tune hummed by an elderly woman with dementia. There was something significant about this melody, something waiting to be discovered. The gentle rhythm of Meadowbrook had been subtly altered, infused with the captivating and enigmatic melody of Eleanor. The subtle shift in the atmosphere of Meadowbrook, brought about by Eleanor's persistent and captivating melody, began to feel less like a gentle alteration and more like a profound transformation of my inner world. The melody wasn't just a tune I heard during my working hours. It had become an intrinsic part of my mental landscape, an uninvited yet strangely welcome guest in the quiet corners of my mind. My transcription efforts intensified. I would spend my lunch breaks and evenings meticulously reviewing the notes I had jotted down, comparing them to recordings I secretly made of Eleanor's humming during our sessions. I used specialized software to analyze the pitch and rhythm, hoping to find patterns or structures that I might have missed by ear alone. The more I delved into the intricacies of the melody, the more I became convinced of its complexity and its unusual nature. It wasn't just a simple sequence of notes. It was a tapestry of sound, woven with subtle variations and unexpected turns that defied easy categorization. The feeling of familiarity continued to plague me, a persistent whisper at the edge of my consciousness. It was like knowing a word but being unable to recall it, a frustrating sense of being on the verge of a breakthrough that never quite materialized. I tried everything I could think of to jog my memory. I revisited old music books from my childhood, scrolled through online archives of obscure musical pieces, even asked my musically inclined friends and family if they recognized the tune. But every avenue led to a dead end. No one had ever heard anything quite like it. The inability to place the melody only fueled my obsession. It felt like a puzzle with a missing piece, an incomplete picture that I was desperate to finish. I started to feel a sense of urgency, a nagging feeling that there was something important about this melody, something I needed to understand. It wasn't just during my waking hours that the melody haunted me. It began to seep into my dreams as well. At first, they were just fleeting fragments, echoes of the tune woven into the fabric of my subconscious. But gradually, the dreams became more vivid, more immersive. I would find myself in unfamiliar places, landscapes bathed in an ethereal light, where the melody seemed to resonate from the very earth beneath my feet. In these dreams, there were no clear narratives, no discernible characters. It was just the melody, a constant presence that filled the dreamscape, accompanied by a sense of profound longing and an almost palpable sense of history. The places I saw were diverse and disparate: ancient forests shrouded in mist, desolate windswept plains under vast, star-dusted skies, crumbling ruins of civilizations long past. Yet, in each location, the melody felt intrinsically connected to the environment, as if it were the very heartbeat of the land. These dreams left me feeling disoriented and strangely melancholic upon waking. The melody would linger in my ears, a haunting echo of the dream world, blurring the lines between reality and the subconscious. I started to keep a dream journal, hoping to find some pattern or meaning in these nocturnal visitations. But the entries remained fragmented and enigmatic, filled with descriptions of landscapes that felt both real and utterly fantastical, all underscored by the persistent hum of Eleanor's melody. People had vanished while humming the same tune. Eleanor's moments of lucidity, her almost instructional humming. It all pointed to a single terrifying truth. The melody served as a conduit, a bridge between dimensions. Eleanor, I realized with a profound sense of awe and trepidation, was one in a long line of guardians, individuals chosen across millennia to safeguard this delicate balance between worlds. Her dementia, perhaps, was not a decline but a form of preparation, a slow fading of her connection to this world as she prepared to pass on the responsibility. And somehow, inexplicably, she had chosen me as her successor. The disappearances, the countless stories of individuals vanishing while humming the melody, were not tragedies in the conventional sense. They were guardians answering a call, stepping through the veil when the borders between worlds grew dangerously thin, their purpose to maintain the delicate equilibrium. The melody was the signal, the key that allowed them to traverse these dimensional boundaries. The vivid dreams I had been experiencing were not just random subconscious wanderings. They were glimpses, fleeting visions of the other side, the places where the guardians went, the realms connected by the melody. The feeling of the earth itself humming the tune was the resonance of these other dimensions bleeding into our own. The electronic malfunctions were a byproduct of the melody's true nature. It vibrated at a frequency that interfered with our technology, a resonance that our devices could not comprehend, causing them to short-circuit or fail. The complete melody, when played or recorded, created a stronger resonance, hence the more dramatic malfunctions. The anonymous texts with coordinates were a way of showing me the pattern, of revealing the historical significance of the melody and the role of the guardians. Someone or something wanted me to understand the truth, and Eleanor, in her own quiet way, was guiding me towards that understanding. During my next visit with Eleanor, I felt a profound shift in my perception of her. The vacant stare was still there, the outward signs of dementia still present. But behind those clouded eyes, I sensed a deep wisdom, an ancient knowledge that transcended her physical and mental state. I sat beside her, my heart pounding in my chest. I gently hummed the complete melody, the version I had pieced together with her subtle guidance. Her eyes fluttered open, and this time, the lucidity in them was unmistakable. It was as if the melody had momentarily cleared the fog of her dementia, bringing her fully into the present. A faint smile touched her lips, a smile of recognition, of understanding, perhaps even of relief. She reached out a frail hand and gently placed it on mine. Her touch was surprisingly firm, her grip conveying a sense of purpose that belied her frail appearance. She didn't speak, but her eyes conveyed a message, a silent passing of the torch. In that moment, I understood. I was the next guardian. The melody, once a haunting mystery, was now my responsibility. The thought was both terrifying and exhilarating. What did it mean to be a guardian? What were these other dimensions? What dangers lurked beyond the veil? I had so many questions, but Eleanor's gaze offered no answers, only a quiet reassurance. As the days passed, Eleanor's lucidity became more frequent, her humming more deliberate. She seemed to be preparing me, imbuing me with the essence of the melody, its nuances, its power. I found myself unconsciously humming it more and more, the tune becoming ingrained in my very being. Then, one morning, I arrived at Meadowbrook to learn that Eleanor had passed away peacefully in her sleep. There was a sense of quiet sadness among the staff, but for me, there was also a profound sense of loss, tinged with a dawning awareness of my new role. The melody, now fully within me, felt different. It was no longer just a haunting tune. It was a vibration, a resonance that connected me to something vast and ancient. I could feel its pull, a subtle tug towards the edges of our reality. A few weeks after Eleanor's passing, I received another text message from an unknown number. This time, it wasn't coordinates. It was a single word: listen. I closed my eyes and focused on the melody within me. It began to resonate, to amplify, filling my senses. And then, I heard it, a faint whisper from beyond. A chorus of voices humming the same haunting tune, welcoming me to a lineage I never knew existed. The borders between worlds felt thin, almost transparent. The melody was the key, and I was now the guardian. The call was coming, and I knew, with a certainty that settled deep within my bones, that my life would never be the same again. The melody had chosen me, and my journey had just begun. Story 7: The Shadow Plants. The letter arrived on a Tuesday, crisp and official despite the faint scent of earth that clung to the envelope. It was from a solicitor's office in a town I hadn't visited in years, informing me of my Aunt Eleanor's presumed death and the subsequent inheritance of her estate. Eleanor had always been an enigma, a whirlwind of botanical obsession who lived a life so far removed from my own that our interactions were relegated to sporadic, slightly awkward holiday phone calls. She was a botanist, a passionate and some might say eccentric one, who had dedicated her life to the study of plants in a remote corner of the state. I knew she had a greenhouse, a rather elaborate one from the few faded photographs she'd sent over the years, filled with specimens I couldn't even begin to identify. The idea of inheriting her property, especially under such somber circumstances, felt surreal. The solicitor's letter detailed the legal proceedings, the declaration of presumed death after an extended period of silence and unsuccessful attempts to locate her. There was no mention of foul play, just a quiet disappearance that the authorities had eventually deemed conclusive. Eleanor had no other close relatives, making me her sole heir. Along with the house and its contents, I was now the owner of her extensive greenhouse and the land it sat upon. A wave of conflicting emotions washed over me. Sadness for the aunt I barely knew, coupled with a strange curiosity about the life she had built and the work she had dedicated herself to. The drive to Eleanor's property was long and winding, taking me through landscapes that gradually shifted from familiar suburban sprawl to rolling hills and dense woodlands. As I ventured further off the main roads, the air grew cleaner, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. It was the kind of remoteness that felt both peaceful and isolating. I imagined Eleanor thriving in this environment, surrounded by her beloved plants, far removed from the noise and bustle of city life. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I reached the address indicated in the solicitor's letter. A long gravel driveway led to a modest but well-maintained two-story house, nestled amongst a copse of trees. The paint was a faded green, blending almost seamlessly with the surrounding foliage. The garden, though somewhat overgrown, hinted at a once meticulously planned space, with stone pathways winding through patches of wildflowers and carefully pruned shrubs. It had an air of quiet neglect, as if waiting for its caretaker to return. But it was the greenhouse that truly captured my attention. Located a short distance from the house, it was far larger and more elaborate than I had imagined. Constructed of glass and a sturdy framework of dark wood, it gleamed in the afternoon sun, a crystalline palace dedicated to the plant kingdom. It looked almost otherworldly, a beacon of controlled climate in the midst of the wild landscape. I parked the car and stood for a moment, gazing at it, a sense of awe mixed with trepidation. This was Eleanor's world, a world I knew nothing about, and I was now its reluctant inheritor. The house was quiet, filled with the stillness that comes with absence. Dust motes danced in the shafts of sunlight that streamed through the windows, illuminating rooms filled with antique furniture and stacks of books. There was a faint, lingering scent of dried herbs and something else, something vaguely floral and yet indefinable, that hinted at Eleanor's presence. I wandered through the rooms, trying to piece together a picture of the woman I had known so little. Her study was filled with botanical texts, journals filled with elegant script, and dried plant specimens carefully pressed between the pages of old newspapers. It was clear that her passion for botany was all-consuming. After a brief exploration of the house, I found myself drawn back to the greenhouse. The heavy glass door creaked open as I pushed it, releasing a rush of warm, humid air thick with the scent of damp earth and exotic blooms. The interior was a riot of green, a dense jungle of plants in various shapes and sizes. Sunlight filtered through the glass roof, casting dappled shadows on the leaves and petals. The air hummed with the faint buzz of insects, and the gentle drip of condensation could be heard in the distance. It was immediately apparent that this was no ordinary greenhouse. Rare and unusual specimens grew in abundance, some in large terracotta pots, others climbing trellises that reached towards the glass ceiling. There were plants with leaves of vibrant purple, others with flowers of an almost luminous blue, and some with strange, tentacle-like vines that snaked across the floor. I recognized a few familiar species, but the vast majority were completely foreign to me. It was like stepping into a botanical garden from another world. As I moved deeper into the greenhouse, I noticed something peculiar. Some of the plants cast shadows that seemed off. A tall, slender plant with delicate, fern-like leaves cast a shadow that was broad and almost tree-like. Another plant, with small, tightly clustered flowers, threw a shadow that appeared to have large, open blooms. It was a subtle discrepancy, something that might easily be overlooked, but it struck me as odd. It was as if the shadows were not quite in sync with the physical forms of the plants casting them. I spent the rest of the afternoon exploring the greenhouse, marveling at the sheer variety and strangeness of Eleanor's collection. Each plant seemed to possess its own unique character, its own story waiting to be told. I found labels written in Eleanor's elegant hand, detailing the species, their origins, and sometimes cryptic notes about their properties. It was clear that she had dedicated years to cultivating and studying these extraordinary plants. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the greenhouse floor, I decided to head back to the house. The air was starting to cool, and a sense of weariness had begun to settle in. I locked the greenhouse door behind me and made my way back up the path, the image of the unusual shadows lingering in my mind. It was a small detail, perhaps insignificant, but it added another layer of mystery to the already enigmatic world of my Aunt Eleanor. The house felt even quieter as darkness fell, the silence punctuated only by the occasional rustle of leaves outside. I made myself a simple dinner, the unfamiliar surroundings amplifying my sense of solitude. As I sat by the window, looking out at the darkened landscape, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had only just begun to scratch the surface of the secrets held within Eleanor's remote estate. The peculiar shadows in the greenhouse were just the first hint of the extraordinary discoveries that awaited me. The next morning, after a restless night in an unfamiliar bed, I decided to tackle the daunting task of organizing Eleanor's research materials. Her study, which had seemed merely cluttered the day before, now revealed itself to be an archive of decades of botanical inquiry. Stacks of books on plant anatomy, taxonomy, and obscure botanical history lined the shelves, interspersed with notebooks, folders overflowing with loose papers, and meticulously labeled boxes. It was a treasure trove of information, but also an overwhelming testament to a life lived in deep immersion within a single subject. I started by clearing a space on the large oak desk, its surface almost entirely obscured by piles of journals and scientific papers. The journals were numerous, dating back years, their pages filled with Eleanor's elegant, flowing script. Some were bound in leather, their spines cracked with age, while others were simple notebooks, their covers faded and worn. Flicking through them, I saw detailed observations of plant growth, sketches of intricate floral structures, and notes on experiments I couldn't even begin to understand. It was like trying to decipher a foreign language, one spoken in the intricate vocabulary of the plant kingdom. As I delved deeper into the research materials, I began to focus on the journals that seemed to specifically address the plants in the greenhouse. These were often marked with labels like experimental hybrids or shadow flora observations. It was in these journals that I started to encounter more frequent mentions of the unusual shadows I had noticed the previous day. Eleanor's notes were often cryptic, filled with questions and tentative hypotheses. The umbra seems to possess an independent dynamism, she wrote in one entry, unfurling in patterns that do not directly correlate with the subject's morphology. Intrigued, I decided to revisit the greenhouse, armed with Eleanor's journals and a renewed sense of curiosity. The morning light streamed through the glass, illuminating the dense foliage in a way that made the colors seem even more vibrant. I made my way to the tall, fern-like plant whose shadow had struck me the day before. This time, I paid closer attention to its physical form. The leaves were delicate and airy, almost translucent in the sunlight. Yet, the shadow it cast on the concrete floor was undeniably broad and solid, resembling the silhouette of a small, leafy tree. I circled the plant, examining it from every angle, but there was nothing in its structure that could explain the discrepancy. Moving on, I found the plant with the small, clustered flowers. Its physical blooms were tightly closed, their petals forming tiny, compact spheres. However, the shadow it cast showed large, open flowers with intricate petal arrangements. It was as if the shadow was depicting a different stage of the plant's life cycle, or perhaps an entirely different species altogether. I checked Eleanor's notes for this particular specimen. She had labeled it Solanum umbra, and the accompanying entry read, "The shadow exhibits a floral morphology distinct from the physical bloom." Further observation required to ascertain the nature of this divergence. Over the next few hours, I meticulously examined more of the plants in the greenhouse, comparing their physical forms to the shadows they cast. The inconsistencies were not isolated incidents. They were a recurring phenomenon throughout Eleanor's collection. A vine with thin, wiry tendrils cast a shadow that appeared thick and rope-like. A plant with broad, flat leaves threw a shadow with serrated, almost jagged edges. It was as if each plant had a double, a shadowy counterpart that didn't quite adhere to the rules of conventional physics. The more I observed, the more unsettling the phenomenon became. It wasn't just a matter of slight variations or distortions caused by the angle of the light. These were fundamental differences in form and structure. It was as if the shadows existed independently, possessing their own unique botanical characteristics. I tried to rationalize it to find a scientific explanation. Perhaps it was some kind of optical illusion, a trick of the light playing on the unusual shapes of the plants. But the discrepancies were too consistent, too pronounced to be easily dismissed. I returned to the study and pored over Eleanor's journals, searching for clues. Her later entries on the shadow flora became increasingly detailed, filled with intricate sketches of the shadows themselves, often drawn alongside equally detailed sketches of the physical plants. In many cases, the two bore little resemblance to each other. She seemed to be meticulously documenting this divergence, as if trying to understand the underlying principles governing this strange phenomenon. One entry particularly caught my eye. It was dated just a few weeks before her disappearance. "The shadows are becoming more active," she wrote. "I have observed subtle shifts in their forms even when the ambient light remains constant. It is as if they possess a rudimentary form of locomotion, a slow, deliberate movement that is almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Could the umbra be more than just a passive projection? Could it be a manifestation of something more sentient?" The word sentient sent a shiver down my spine. It seemed so out of place in the context of plant biology, yet Eleanor, a respected botanist, had clearly considered the possibility. I continued reading, my heart pounding with a mixture of fascination and apprehension. She described setting up time-lapse photography to try and capture these subtle movements, hoping to gain a better understanding of the shadow's behavior when not directly observed. The thought of shadows moving independently was deeply unsettling. It defied everything I understood about the natural world. Yet here was my aunt, a woman of science, documenting just such a phenomenon. I realized that I had stumbled upon something truly extraordinary, something that went far beyond the realm of conventional botany. The quiet solitude of the remote property suddenly felt less peaceful and more charged with an unspoken mystery. I knew then that I couldn't simply ignore what I had seen. I had to understand what Eleanor had discovered, to unravel the secrets hidden within her greenhouse and her meticulously kept journals. The inconsistencies between the plants and their shadows were not just a curiosity. They were a puzzle, and I felt compelled to solve it. My next step was clear. I needed to find those time-lapse photographs and see for myself the independent movement Eleanor had described. The mention of time-lapse photography ignited a new sense of urgency within me. I immediately began searching Eleanor's study for any equipment or recordings she might have used. Tucked away in a dusty corner of a bookshelf, behind a stack of oversized botanical atlases, I found a small, worn box labeled Shadow Study, Chronological Recordings. Inside were several old-fashioned mini-DV tapes and a small, outdated camcorder. It looked like I had found what I was looking for. Connecting the camcorder to my laptop proved to be a minor challenge, requiring me to locate an ancient adapter cable in one of Eleanor's meticulously organized drawers. Finally, after a bit of tinkering, I managed to transfer the footage onto my computer. The files were labeled with dates and times, spanning several months leading up to Eleanor's disappearance. I started with the earliest recordings, my heart pounding with anticipation. The initial footage showed the greenhouse plants casting normal, static shadows. Hours passed in the sped-up video, the sun arcing across the sky, the shadows lengthening and shortening in predictable patterns. For a while, I thought Eleanor's note about independent movement might have been a fleeting observation, perhaps a misinterpretation of some other phenomenon. But then, as I watched a recording from a few weeks later, I saw it. It started subtly. A shadow cast by a plant with long, slender leaves seemed to twitch slightly, its edges rippling in a way that didn't correspond to any movement of the plant itself. I rewound the footage and watched it again, this time in slow motion. There it was, a distinct, albeit small, movement. As the days and weeks progressed in the recordings, the movements became more pronounced. Shadows would lengthen or shorten independently of the light source. Their forms would subtly shift and morph, taking on shapes that didn't match the plants casting them. One recording showed the shadow of the Solanum umbra, the plant with the closed flowers, slowly unfurling into the shape of a large, open bloom, only to retract back to its original form hours later, all while the physical plant remained unchanged. It was mesmerizing and deeply unsettling to watch. These shadows were behaving as if they had a life of their own, an agency that defied the laws of physics as I understood them. Eleanor's observation about sentience no longer seemed so far-fetched. Driven by a need to understand this phenomenon further, I decided to conduct a small experiment of my own. I had a few ordinary houseplants back home, a peace lily, a small snake plant, and a spider plant. They were nothing exotic, just common varieties that I kept mainly for their air-purifying qualities. I drove back to my apartment the next day, carefully packed the 3 plants into my car, and brought them back to Eleanor's property. Upon returning, I placed my houseplants in the greenhouse, positioning them near some of Eleanor's more unusual specimens, including the Solanum umbra and the tall, fern-like plant with the tree-like shadow. I made sure to note their initial appearance and the shapes of their shadows, which were, as expected, perfectly normal and consistent with their physical forms. Over the next few days, I spent a significant amount of time in the greenhouse, observing both Eleanor's plants and my own. At first, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. My houseplants thrived in the humid environment, their leaves looking a little greener than they had in my apartment. Their shadows remained static and predictable. I began to wonder if Eleanor's shadow flora phenomenon was specific to her experimental hybrids. Then, on the 4th day, I noticed something strange. The shadow of my peace lily, which normally had smooth, elegant curves mirroring its leaves, now seemed to have a slight jaggedness along its edges. It was a subtle change, but it was definitely there. I examined the plant itself, but it appeared perfectly healthy, with no signs of any physical mutation. The next day, the change was more pronounced. The shadow of the peace lily now had distinct serrations, almost like the teeth of a saw. The shadow of my snake plant, usually a simple, elongated shape, seemed to have developed a slight bulge near its base. And even the shadow of my spider plant, with its delicate, arching leaves, appeared a little denser and more substantial than it had before. I was astounded. My ordinary houseplants, after just a few days in close proximity to Eleanor's experimental plants, were beginning to exhibit the same strange shadow anomalies. It was as if some influence within the greenhouse was causing this mutation, this divergence between the physical form and the shadowy projection. The implications of this discovery were profound and deeply unsettling. It suggested that whatever was causing the unusual shadows in Eleanor's plants was potentially contagious, capable of affecting other plant life. Was it something in the air? Something in the water? Or was it something else entirely? Something more fundamental to the nature of these strange plants? My thoughts turned to the soil. Eleanor had meticulously labeled the pots of her experimental plants, noting the specific soil mixtures she had used for each one. Perhaps the key to understanding the shadow phenomenon lay beneath the surface, in the very medium that sustained these unusual organisms. It was a logical next step, a tangible element that I could analyze. I decided that I needed to get a sample of the soil from one of Eleanor's experimental plants and have it examined. Maybe a colleague from my university's biology department could shed some light on this bizarre botanical mystery. The idea of microscopic organisms, something unseen to the naked eye, potentially being responsible for such a visible and perplexing phenomenon seemed plausible. It was a direction worth pursuing, a potential pathway to understanding the secrets of the shadow plants. My decision to seek professional help led me to Dr. Alistair Reed, a colleague from my university days who now worked in the biology department, specializing in microbiology. Alistair had always been a brilliant but somewhat eccentric individual, his mind constantly buzzing with scientific inquiries. I remembered him once spending an entire semester trying to cultivate bioluminescent moss in his dorm room. I figured if anyone could make sense of unusual microscopic organisms in soil, it would be him. I reached out to Alistair via email, carefully omitting the more fantastical aspects of my aunt's research and simply stating that I had inherited a greenhouse with some unique plant specimens and had encountered some unusual soil characteristics I was hoping he could help analyze. He responded quickly, his enthusiasm evident in his digital tone. He was always eager for a new scientific puzzle. The following day, armed with a small, sterile container filled with soil from the base of the Solanum umbra, I drove to the university. Alistair's lab was a chaotic yet fascinating space, filled with the hum of centrifuges, the blinking lights of microscopes, and the faint, earthy smell of various cultures. Alistair, with his perpetually disheveled hair and a wide, welcoming smile, greeted me warmly. "So, what botanical oddity have you unearthed?" he asked, his eyes gleaming with curiosity as I handed him the soil sample. I explained the limited information I had about my aunt's work, emphasizing the unusual nature of the plants and the fact that I had noticed some peculiarities in their shadows. I deliberately downplayed the shadow aspect, not wanting to sound completely unhinged. Alistair listened intently, nodding occasionally and making notes in a small, worn pad. He immediately set to work, placing a small amount of the soil under a high-powered microscope. I watched over his shoulder as he adjusted the focus, his brow furrowed in concentration. Initially, he pointed out some interesting mineral compositions and a higher-than-average concentration of certain organic compounds. But then, his demeanor shifted. He leaned closer to the eyepiece, his breath catching slightly. "Good heavens," he muttered, adjusting the focus again. "Have a look at this." I peered through the microscope and saw them. Tiny, intricate structures unlike anything I had ever seen. They were vaguely plant-like in their overall form, with delicate, branching filaments, but they also possessed characteristics that seemed almost metallic. Their surfaces shimmered with an internal iridescence, and they appeared to pulsate with a faint, rhythmic light. "What are they?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Alistair shook his head, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and bewilderment. "I have no idea. I've never seen anything like them. They don't fit into any known classification. Their morphology, it's completely alien." Over the next few days, Alistair dedicated himself to analyzing the soil sample. He used a variety of advanced microscopy techniques, including electron microscopy, and performed various biochemical tests. The more he studied the organisms, the more perplexed he became. Their cellular structure was unlike anything in modern taxonomy. They seemed to possess a unique form of energy production, and their interaction with light was particularly unusual. He also mentioned something about their density, or rather, the lack thereof. According to some of his measurements, the organisms seemed to exist partially in what he described as a phase state, almost as if they were flickering in and out of conventional matter. This made them incredibly difficult to analyze fully, as their physical properties seemed to shift and change unpredictably. As Alistair delved deeper into his research, I noticed a subtle but distinct change in his behavior. He became increasingly focused, almost obsessive, spending hours in the lab, often forgetting to eat or sleep. He would talk to himself in hushed tones, his eyes gleaming with an almost feverish intensity. He started making cryptic remarks about interdimensional biology and organisms existing on the fringes of our reality. One afternoon, I visited the lab and found Alistair staring intently at a petri dish containing a culture he had managed to grow from the soil sample. His face was pale, and his hands trembled slightly. "They're communicating," he whispered, his voice strained. "I can feel it. They're resonating." I felt a knot of unease tighten in my stomach. Alistair's behavior was becoming increasingly erratic, and his pronouncements were bordering on the bizarre. I couldn't shake the feeling that his prolonged exposure to these strange organisms was having a detrimental effect on him. "Alistair, maybe you should take a break," I suggested, concerned. "You've been working non-stop for days." He waved a dismissive hand, his eyes never leaving the petri dish. No, I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. I can almost see them, not just with my eyes, but with my mind." His words sent a chill down my spine. This was going beyond scientific curiosity. It felt like an unhealthy obsession, perhaps even something more sinister. I started to wonder about the potential effects these organisms might be having, not just on plants, but on other forms of life as well. The next time I spoke to Alistair, his voice was even more distant, his thoughts seemingly consumed by the microscopic world he was studying. He mentioned that the organisms seemed to be reacting to changes in the ambient environment, particularly fluctuations in electromagnetic fields. He even claimed to have observed them manipulating light at a microscopic level. It was during this conversation that he made a particularly unsettling observation. He said that under certain light conditions, he had briefly observed what appeared to be faint, shadowy extensions emanating from the organisms, almost like miniature tendrils of darkness. He dismissed it as a possible optical illusion or a flaw in the microscope lens, but the description sent a jolt of fear through me. It was a chilling echo of the strange shadows I had witnessed in the greenhouse. As the days turned into nights, Alistair's connection to the outside world seemed to fade. He stopped answering my calls and emails. When I went to the lab, I found the door locked, with a note taped to it that read, "Do not disturb. Research in progress." I peered through the window and saw him hunched over his microscope, his face illuminated by the pale light, muttering to himself. The air in the lab seemed thick, almost heavy, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. The microscopic organisms from Eleanor's greenhouse were not just an anomaly. They were having a tangible and disturbing effect on my colleague. The implications of this realization were terrifying, and I knew that whatever was happening in that lab was somehow connected to the strange shadows that haunted my aunt's greenhouse. The quiet mystery of the inheritance was rapidly morphing into something far more sinister. Returning to Eleanor's house, the unsettling encounter with Alistair weighed heavily on my mind. His descent into what seemed like a science-fueled madness served as a stark reminder of the potentially dangerous nature of my aunt's research. The quiet solitude of the house now felt less like a sanctuary and more like a stage for an unfolding mystery that was rapidly taking a dark turn. That night, I had trouble sleeping. Every creak of the old house, every rustle of leaves outside the window, amplified my anxiety. Around 3 in the morning, I woke up suddenly, feeling a cold dread wash over me. The room was bathed in the pale glow of the moon filtering through the curtains. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I noticed something on the far wall, my voice barely a whisper. Walter looked at me, his expression innocent. "The blue of the box. It reminded me of your mother's dress. Such a lovely color." I stared at him, my mind racing. There was no way he could have known that. It wasn't something someone with early-stage dementia would randomly recall. felt deliberate, targeted. "Walter," I said slowly, trying to keep my voice steady. "How do you know about my mother's dress?" He blinked, his brow furrowing slightly. "Your mother? Oh, you must have mentioned it. We talk about all sorts of things, don't we?" He gave a light, dismissive wave of his hand. But I knew I hadn't mentioned it. I was certain of it. The memory was too specific, too personal. A chill ran down my spine. We continued to my apartment in silence, the weight of the box feeling heavier than before. As we placed it on the floor, Walter turned to me, his eyes twinkling again. "You know," he said, leaning in conspiratorially, "I always thought you should have played the cello instead of the piano. You have such long, elegant fingers, perfect for the strings." My breath hitched. That was another thing I had never told him. In fact, it was an internal thought I had often had as a child, a secret longing I had never voiced to anyone. How could he possibly know that? The casual warmth he usually exuded now felt like a mask, a facade hiding something much more unsettling. His lucidity seemed to be increasing, his memory sharper than anyone had described. It was as if the dementia was somehow selective, targeting only the mundane details while leaving the intimate knowledge of my life untouched. The incidents continued, each one more unnerving than the last. One morning, I was making coffee, feeling particularly stressed about an upcoming work presentation. I was mentally rehearsing my opening lines, trying to calm my nerves. As I reached for my mug, Walter, who had somehow materialized in my doorway without me noticing, said, "Don't forget to emphasize the third point. That's the one they'll really be interested in." I jumped, startled by his sudden appearance and his words. "Walter, you scared me. And how did you know what I was thinking about?" He chuckled softly. "Just a lucky guess, my dear. You looked a little preoccupied, but it wasn't a lucky guess. It was exactly the point I was focusing on in my mental rehearsal." How could he have known that? Another time, I was looking through old photo albums, feeling nostalgic. I came across a picture of my childhood best friend, someone I hadn't seen or spoken to in years. I smiled at the memory, a wave of warmth washing over me. Just then, Walter walked by my open apartment door and said, "Ah, yes, little Emily, such a sweet girl. You two were inseparable." I slammed the photo album shut, my heart pounding in my chest. I had never shown Walter any photos. I had never even mentioned Emily's name. Yet he knew about our childhood friendship. The pattern was undeniable. Walter was displaying an uncanny knowledge of my private thoughts, my personal memories, experiences I had never shared with him or anyone in this building. And with each instance, he seemed to become more lucid, more energetic, his movements more spry. The slight tremor in his hands seemed to have vanished, and his eyes held a sharp, intelligent gleam that was a far cry from the confused gaze Sarah had described. Meanwhile, my own memory continued to deteriorate at an alarming rate. I would forget the names of people I worked with, struggle to recall important details from recent conversations, and often find myself staring blankly, unable to remember what I was doing or what I was about to say. The simplest tasks became monumental efforts. I would go to the grocery store and forget what I needed to buy, stand in front of the refrigerator unable to recall what I had just taken out. I started relying heavily on notes and reminders, but even those would sometimes vanish from my memory, leaving me feeling lost and increasingly panicked. The contrast between Walter's improving cognitive function and my own decline was stark and deeply disturbing. It was as if some invisible force was at play, draining my memories while somehow enriching his. I started to avoid Walter altogether, my initial unease having morphed into a genuine fear. Every time I saw him, his knowing smile, his seemingly innocent remarks, sent shivers down my spine. I felt like he was peering into my soul, accessing the most private parts of my being without my consent. Sarah continued to visit Walter regularly, and I would sometimes see them together in the hallway. She always looked tired and worried, her gentle attempts to manage her grandfather's supposed dementia seemingly ineffective. I often wondered if she noticed the changes in him, the increasing lucidity, the flashes of uncanny knowledge. But she always seemed focused on his forgetfulness, his occasional confusion about the present, oblivious to the unsettling insights he seemed to possess about my past. One afternoon, Sarah approached me in the hallway, her expression concerned. "I'm a little worried about Grandpa," she said. "He seems to be getting more agitated lately. He keeps talking about things that don't make any sense, mixing up people and places." I hesitated, unsure of what to say. Should I tell her about my own unsettling experiences with Walter, his detailed knowledge of my private life? Would she believe me, or would she just dismiss it as the paranoia of someone whose own memory was failing? He's been talking to me a lot about the past," I said carefully. "Memories from a long time ago." Sarah sighed. "Yes, that's been happening more and more. He sometimes thinks he's back in his childhood home, or he'll talk about people who have been gone for years. It's hard to watch." She seemed to attribute his focus on the past to his dementia, completely unaware of the specific, personal details he was recalling about my life. I decided not to press the issue, feeling a growing sense of isolation. No one would understand what I was going through. The feeling of being watched, of having my thoughts and memories somehow exposed, became almost unbearable. I started to feel paranoid, constantly looking over my shoulder, wondering if Walter was observing me, listening to my thoughts. The once quiet and anonymous nature of the apartment building had transformed into a claustrophobic space where I felt constantly vulnerable. I knew I needed to do something to find some explanation for what was happening. The memory lapses were debilitating, and Walter's uncanny knowledge was deeply disturbing. I couldn't continue living like this, feeling like my own mind was being invaded, my memory stolen. The unsettling warmth I had once perceived in Walter now felt like the heat emanating from a predator, circling its prey. The once subtle slips in my memory began to widen into gaping chasms, swallowing entire chunks of my day and leaving me adrift in a sea of confusion. Work became an insurmountable challenge. I would stare at my computer screen, the tasks I needed to complete a blur of incomprehensible jargon. I forgot deadlines, missed meetings, and struggled to follow even the simplest instructions. My colleagues, initially concerned, now looked at me with a mixture of pity and frustration. I could hear the hushed whispers behind my back, the worried conversations with my manager. I knew my job was in jeopardy, but I felt powerless to stop the slide. My own mind felt like a sieve, constantly leaking the information I desperately needed to function. Personal relationships also began to suffer. I would forget important dates, fail to return calls, and draw blanks when friends recounted shared experiences. Conversations became stilted and awkward as I struggled to keep up, often resorting to vague nods and non-committal responses to mask my confusion. The isolation I had begun to feel intensified, as if a fog of forgetfulness was separating me from the world around me. Simple, everyday tasks that I once took for granted now required immense effort and concentration. I would lose my keys inside my own apartment, forget why I had walked into a room, or stand in front of the stove, unable to remember what I was cooking. My journal, once a tool for tracking my memory lapses, became a testament to my accelerating decline, filled with increasingly frantic entries and unanswered questions. The more my memory deteriorated, the more Walter seemed to thrive. His movements became more fluid, his posture straighter. The slight cloudiness that had occasionally veiled his eyes was gone, replaced by a sharp, intelligent gaze. He would engage me in conversations that were remarkably coherent and insightful, discussing current events and recalling historical details with impressive accuracy. One afternoon, I saw him in the lobby, engaged in a lively discussion with a group of other residents. They were debating a complex political issue, and Walter was holding his own, articulating his points with clarity and precision. He even made a witty remark that drew laughter from the group. I stood there, watching him, a sense of disbelief washing over me. This was not the frail, confused elderly man Sarah described. This was someone sharp, engaged, and remarkably lucid. Later that day, Sarah stopped by my apartment, her face etched with a mixture of relief and bewilderment. "You won't believe it," she said, shaking her head. "Grandpa had his checkup with the doctor today, and he said his cognitive function has actually improved significantly. He scored much higher on all the tests. It's incredible. I forced a weak smile. That's wonderful, Sarah. But inside, a cold dread was taking root. Walter's improvement coincided perfectly with my decline. It was as if the very essence of my memories, my thoughts, my cognitive abilities, were somehow being transferred to him. The idea was absurd, illogical, yet the evidence was mounting with each passing day. Sarah continued, oblivious to my inner turmoil. The doctor was completely baffled. He said it's extremely rare for someone with early-stage dementia to show such marked improvement. He wants to run some more tests, but it's really encouraging. Yes, very encouraging, I echoed, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. Over the next few weeks, Walter's transformation became even more pronounced. He started taking walks around the neighborhood, something Sarah said he hadn't done in years. He would strike up conversations with strangers, his demeanor confident and engaging. He even started reading the newspaper again, discussing the articles he had read with anyone who would listen. His vocabulary seemed to expand, his sentences becoming more complex and articulate. He would sometimes use words I had to look up later, words I hadn't even known he knew. It was as if a switch had been flipped, turning him from a frail, forgetful old man into someone vibrant and intellectually sharp. The change was so dramatic that even some of the other residents in the building started to comment on it. I overheard one of my neighbors saying to another, "Walter seems like a completely different person lately. He's like he's gotten 10 years younger." Meanwhile, my own decline continued its relentless trajectory. I started forgetting how to do simple things like making a cup of tea or operating the washing machine. I would stare at familiar objects, unable to recall their names or their purpose. My journal entries became shorter, more disjointed, often just a series of question marks and fragmented sentences. The world around me began to feel hazy and unfamiliar, like I was looking at it through a thick fog. Faces blurred, names escaped me, and even my own reflection in the mirror seemed like that of a stranger. I felt like I was fading away, piece by piece, my identity slowly dissolving into the void of my lost memories. The thought of Walter, now so sharp and lucid, knowing things about my life that I myself was forgetting, was deeply unsettling. It felt like a violation, a theft of something precious and irreplaceable. My memories were all I had, the threads that connected me to my past, that defined who I was. And now those threads were being severed one by one. Desperate for some kind of explanation, I started researching memory loss and dementia. I spent hours online, poring over articles and medical journals, searching for any condition that might explain my symptoms and Walter's miraculous improvement. But nothing seemed to fit. My rapid decline was unusual, and Walter's sudden cognitive resurgence was unheard of in cases of dementia. The logical part of my brain told me that there had to be a rational explanation, a medical condition or some other factor that was causing these strange occurrences. But a growing sense of dread whispered a different possibility, a possibility that was both terrifying and increasingly difficult to ignore. The feeling that Walter was somehow involved in my memory loss intensified. His uncanny knowledge of my past, his sudden improvement, the perfect synchronization with my decline, it all pointed to a connection, however improbable it seemed. I started to watch him more closely, observing his interactions with other residents, his daily routines. He seemed perfectly normal, even charming, to everyone else. They saw an elderly man who was miraculously regaining his cognitive abilities, a heartwarming story of resilience against the odds. They didn't see the unsettling glint in his eyes when he looked at me, the subtle knowing smile that seemed to hint at a secret understanding between us. I knew I needed to find out what was happening, to uncover the truth behind my disappearing memories and Walter's inexplicable improvement. The thought of confronting him filled me with trepidation, but the alternative, continuing to fade away while he somehow absorbed my life, was even more terrifying. I had to find a way to understand what was happening, even if the truth was something I couldn't even begin to imagine. My own sense of self was slipping away, and Walter, the seemingly harmless old man next door, held the key to my fading identity. Driven by a desperate need for answers, I decided to take matters into my own hands. The logical explanations had failed me, and my gut feeling, fueled by Walter's uncanny knowledge and his improbable recovery, screamed that something sinister was at play. The only way to uncover the truth, I realized, was to find out what happened during the times I couldn't account for, during the long, empty stretches of lost memory. The idea of setting up cameras in my own apartment felt invasive and unsettling, a sign of how far my paranoia had spiraled. But the thought of continuing to lose myself, to have my memories and identity stolen piece by piece, was far more terrifying. I needed proof, concrete evidence of what was happening, even if the truth was something I didn't want to face. I spent the next day researching discreet surveillance equipment online. I opted for small, inconspicuous cameras that could be easily hidden within everyday objects: a smoke detector, a digital clock, a bookshelf speaker. I wanted them to be as undetectable as possible, in case Walter was somehow involved. The cameras arrived a few days later, and I spent the evening carefully positioning them around my apartment, ensuring they had a clear view of my bed and the main living areas. Setting them up felt like preparing for a confrontation, arming myself with technology against an unseen enemy. The feeling of unease was palpable, a heavy weight in the air as I finalized the arrangements. That night, I went to bed with a strange mix of apprehension and anticipation. I knew the chances of capturing anything significant on the first night were slim, but the mere act of setting up the cameras had given me a sliver of hope, a feeling that I was finally taking control of the situation. The next morning, I woke up with the familiar feeling of disorientation, the nagging sense that time had slipped away unnoticed. After my morning routine, I nervously retrieved the memory cards from the cameras and plugged them into my computer. The footage from the living room camera showed nothing out of the ordinary. I saw myself moving around the apartment, working on my laptop, making meals, mundane activities that offered no clues to my memory loss. It was the footage from the camera hidden in the smoke detector above my bed that sent a jolt of pure terror through me. The video started with me asleep in bed, the room dimly lit by the faint glow of the digital clock on my nightstand. For the first few hours, nothing happened. I tossed and turned slightly, but otherwise remained still. Then, around 3 a.m., the door to my bedroom slowly creaked open. A figure stood silhouetted in the doorway, and my blood ran cold as I recognized Walter. He moved silently and deliberately, his usual cane nowhere in sight. He seemed much younger, his movements agile and purposeful. There was no trace of the frailty or confusion I had come to associate with him. Walter approached my bedside, his eyes fixed on me with an intensity that was both chilling and predatory. He reached into the pocket of his robe and pulled out a small, intricately carved wooden box. He opened the box, revealing a collection of smooth, glowing stones, similar to the one I had found on my bedside table weeks earlier. What happened next defied any rational explanation. Walter began to perform a series of slow, deliberate hand movements above my head, his fingers weaving intricate patterns in the air. As he moved, a faint, ethereal glow began to emanate from my forehead, wisps of light that seemed to drift upwards towards Walter. He held his hands above my head, his eyes closed in what looked like intense concentration. The glowing wisps intensified, swirling around his hands before slowly being drawn towards his face. It looked as if he was inhaling or absorbing the light, a look of profound satisfaction spreading across his face as he did so. The ritual continued for several minutes, Walter methodically drawing the glowing essence from my head. With each passing moment, the light emanating from me seemed to dim, while a faint glow appeared to surround Walter. Finally, he lowered his hands, the wooden box still open beside him. He stared down at me for a long moment, a strange expression on his face, a mixture of triumph and something that looked almost like regret. Then, he carefully placed one of the glowing stones from the box onto my bedside table, right next to where I usually kept my phone. It was the exact same type of stone I had found before, the one I had no memory of acquiring. He then turned and silently left the room, closing the door behind him as quietly as he had entered. I watched the rest of the footage in a state of utter shock and disbelief. After Walter left, I remained asleep, unaware of the bizarre and terrifying ritual that had just taken place. The video ended with the first rays of dawn filtering through my window, casting long shadows across the room. I replayed the footage several times, my mind struggling to comprehend what I had just witnessed. It was like something out of a nightmare, a scene from a science fiction movie. There was no logical explanation for what I had seen. The glowing wisps of light, the intricate hand movements, the way Walter seemed to absorb the essence from my head. It was all completely surreal. Yet, the evidence was right there on the screen, undeniable. The pieces started to fall into place, forming a horrifying picture. Walter's uncanny knowledge of my past, his sudden cognitive improvement, my own accelerating memory loss, it all pointed to this bizarre ritual as the cause. He wasn't just an elderly man with dementia. He was something else, something far more sinister. He was stealing my memories, my very essence, and somehow using them to rejuvenate his own mind. The warmth and familiarity I had initially felt from him now seemed like a calculated act, a way to gain my trust and access to my life. His questions about my past, his insistence on shared memories, perhaps they were ways for him to identify and target specific memories he wanted to extract. The realization was sickening. I had been living next door to a memory thief, someone who was systematically draining my mind while I slept, leaving me with nothing but fragmented recollections and a growing sense of emptiness. The stone on my bedside table was a calling card, a tangible reminder of his nightly visits. The restaurant receipt, the muddy shoes, the photos on my phone, those were likely remnants of activities I had engaged in while under his influence, my memories of them erased by his ritual. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. How long had this been going on? How many memories had he already stolen? Was that why I sometimes felt like I was living someone else's life, experiencing echoes of events I couldn't quite recall? The thought of Walter entering my apartment while I slept, performing this strange and invasive ritual, filled me with a profound sense of violation. My own home, the one place where I should have felt safe, had become a hunting ground for this memory thief. I knew I couldn't stay here any longer. I had to get away from Walter to protect what little remained of my memories and my identity. But where could I go? Who would believe my story? It sounded like the ramblings of someone who was losing their mind. I looked at the footage one last time, Walter's face illuminated by the ethereal glow emanating from my head. The image was burned into my memory, a constant reminder of the nightmare I had stumbled into. I had to find a way to stop him, to reclaim what he had stolen, before I became nothing more than an empty shell, a hollowed-out version of my former self. The comfortable anonymity of my new apartment building had become a terrifying trap, and my elderly neighbor was the predator lurking next door. The horrifying reality captured on the video footage propelled me into a state of frantic action. I knew I couldn't confront Walter directly without more information. I needed to understand how he was doing this, why he was doing this, and how long it had been going on. My mind raced, searching for any clue, any explanation. Then, I remembered Sarah mentioning that Walter kept journals. The thought sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. If Walter had been doing this for a while, he might have documented his activities, his methods, his motivations. It was a long shot, but it was the only lead I had. Under the guise of needing to borrow a tool, I knocked on Walter's door the next morning. He greeted me with his usual warm smile, though I now saw a disturbing glint of something else in his eyes, a knowing awareness, perhaps even a hint of triumph. "Good morning, narrator's name," he said, stepping aside to let me in. "What can I do for you?" "Hi, Walter," I said, trying to sound casual. "I was wondering if you happen to have a small screwdriver? I need to tighten a screw on my bookshelf." "A screwdriver? Yes, I believe I do. Just a moment." He shuffled into his living room, his movements still surprisingly spry. While he was gone, my eyes scanned the room, searching for any sign of journals or notebooks. There was a bookshelf filled with old books, a small writing desk tucked away in a corner, and a few framed photographs on the mantelpiece. My heart pounded in my chest as I spotted a stack of worn, leather-bound journals on the bottom shelf of the desk. Walter returned, holding out a small screwdriver. Here you go, my dear. Be careful with that now. Thank you so much, Walter, I said, my voice trembling slightly. I took the screwdriver, my mind already formulating a plan. I'll return it later. Back in my apartment, my hands shook as I examined the screwdriver. It was an old, slightly rusty tool, the kind someone might keep for sentimental reasons. The thought sparked an idea. Later that afternoon, when I knew Sarah wouldn't be visiting, I knocked on Walter's door again, holding the screwdriver. "Walter, I'm so sorry," I said, feigning distress. "I accidentally dropped your screwdriver, and it fell apart. I tried to put it back together, but I can't figure it out. I feel terrible." Walter looked at the disassembled screwdriver in my hand, his smile fading slightly. "Oh dear, that was a rather old one. It was my father's." A flicker of genuine sadness crossed his face. "I know, I'm so sorry," I repeated. "Is there anything I can do to make it up to you? Maybe I could help you find another one." He sighed. "Well, perhaps. I might have another one tucked away somewhere. It's in one of my old journals, I think. In the desk over there." He gestured towards the corner. "Would you mind having a look? My old eyes aren't what they used to be." My heart leaped. This was my chance. "Of course, Walter, I'd be happy to." As he watched me with a slightly worried expression, I went to the desk and carefully pulled out the stack of journals. They were heavy and worn, the pages yellowed with age. I pretended to flip through them, looking for the screwdriver, while my eyes scanned for any passages that might shed light on his activities. It didn't take long. Tucked inside one of the older journals, I found not only a small, identical screwdriver, but also a series of entries written in Walter's elegant, looping handwriting that sent a wave of nausea and horror through me. The entries detailed his discovery decades ago, an accidental realization that he could transfer memories by manipulating some kind of energy field around sleeping individuals. He described his initial shock and disbelief, followed by a growing fascination and a sense of immense power. He wrote about his early experiments, starting with small, insignificant memories and gradually progressing to more substantial ones. He noted the immediate improvement in his own cognitive abilities after each transfer, the clarity of thought and the vividness of the acquired memories. As I flipped through the pages, the horrifying scope of his actions became clear. He had been systematically harvesting memories from residents of the building for decades, carefully selecting his targets and refining his technique over time. He wrote about the glowing essence he extracted, the feeling of their memories becoming his own. There were entries detailing specific instances, vague at first, but becoming increasingly detailed over the years. He mentioned a young musician whose talent he absorbed, a writer whose creativity now flowed through him, a historian whose vast knowledge he now possessed. Each entry was chilling, a testament to his long and horrifying campaign of memory theft. Then, I found entries that were more recent, entries that mentioned me. He wrote about my arrival in the building, his initial observations, the specific memories he had targeted, my childhood piano recitals, my unspoken desire to play the cello, even the fleeting thoughts I had throughout the day. He described the process of extracting my memories, the feeling of them becoming his own, the surge of vitality he experienced afterwards. One entry, written just a few days prior, sent a wave of despair crashing over me. He described extracting a particularly cherished memory, a vivid recollection of a childhood birthday party, filled with laughter, balloons, and the warmth of my family's love. He wrote about how real it felt to him now, how he could almost feel the joy and the love as if it were his own experience. Reading those words, I felt a profound sense of loss. That memory, so precious to me, now belonged to him. It was gone, irretrievably lost, replaced by a hollow ache in my mind. It wasn't just that he had stolen a memory. He had stolen a part of my history, a part of who I was. The realization was devastating. My most treasured memories, the ones that shaped my identity and gave meaning to my life, were now residing in the mind of this elderly man who had preyed on my vulnerability. My own mind felt increasingly empty, a barren landscape where once vibrant memories had flourished. I quickly scanned the remaining entries, my heart sinking with each word. He wrote about the thrill of acquiring new memories, the way they enriched his life and made him feel younger, more alive. There was no remorse, no sense of guilt, only a detached fascination with his ability and a chilling sense of entitlement. I found the spare screwdriver tucked inside one of the later journals, just as he had said. My hands trembled as I put the journals back on the desk, trying to appear calm and nonchalant. "Did you find it?" Walter asked, his eyes watching me intently. "Yes, here it is," I said, handing him the screwdriver. "Thank you, Walter." "You're welcome, my dear," he said, a strange smile playing on his lips. "Is everything all right? You look a little pale." "I'm fine," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Just a little tired." I made my excuses and hurried back to my apartment, the weight of Walter's horrifying secret pressing down on me. I now knew the truth, but the truth was far more terrifying than I could have ever imagined. My memories were gone, stolen by the man next door, and my own identity was slowly being erased. What could I do? Who would believe me? The police would think I was insane. Sarah would dismiss it as a delusion brought on by my own memory problems. I was trapped, my mind and my past stolen by a cunning predator who had been operating in plain sight for decades. As I sat in my apartment, surrounded by the ghosts of my lost memories, a single thought echoed in my mind. This wasn't over. I might be losing my memories, but I hadn't lost my will to fight. I had to find a way to stop Walter, to expose his crimes, even if it was the last thing I did. The fight for my own identity had just begun.